Oh, yes it is.
Morning, councillors. It is 10 a.m. and the meeting is due to start at 10 a.m. So if those that are in the sides can just find their seats, I would be grateful, and we will kick off. Dear Lord, we ask that you impart your wisdom to us and guide us today, that we might make the right decisions for the people of Shropshire. Amen. Right, good morning and welcome to the meeting of the Council. I'm obliged to inform you that this meeting will be live streamed and recorded. Members of the public will be able to view the meeting using the link on the agenda. There are no planned fire alarm tests today. We operate a managed evacuation procedure here, and you will be assisted and directed by a member of theatre staff to the nearest fire exit in the event of an evacuation. The assembly point is Frankwell Short Stay Car Park. Toilets are located on the river side of the building on every floor. Please wear your masks when moving around the building and when seated, but remove your mask when speaking during the meeting. Please switch on your microphones using the centre button and turn it off again after its use. You may find it easier to be seated whilst using your microphone. Please remove your mask during the use and position the microphone close to your mouth, but not too close. I intend to take a comfort break every 2 hours, or there or thereabouts, depending on where we are with an agenda item. It might be slightly less, it might be slightly more. That will be a 15-minute break. I will be resuming promptly though after 15 minutes. I'm hoping that we don't need to break for lunch. I'm going to go right through today. I would also ask that if you have personal mobile phones, and council mobile phones, if you've got your laptops, use that. Let's try not to clutter the airwaves too much, just in case it has a negative effect on us. I'd also ask members, when you stand to or speak, that you introduce yourself. Obviously, it is being live streamed, and the public will see the back of your head, not the front of it. And it's also very difficult up here for me to see because I've got the lights and the screen, and actually you seem quite a long way away from here. Okay? Thank you. Okay. So we'll move on to apologies. The Chief Executive is not here. He's in hospital having something done to his back. So I'm going to ask Tim Collard to read the apologies. Tim.
Thank you, Chairman. We've had apologies from the following councillors: Bernie Benton, Chris Schofield, Les Winwood, Kevin Turley, Ed Bird, Dave Tremellon and David Minnery.
Okay. Item 2, I refer members to the guidance note with their agenda papers and remind members to disclose any peculiar interest in any matter to be discussed which has not been included in their register of interests and may leave the chamber prior to that matter being discussed. There. Councillor Wild, sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. I wish to declare a prejudicial interest in the, I think it's the exempt paper on the shopping centres, and I will leave the room.
Thank you.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will also declare a prejudicial interest in item number 18 and will not take part in the debate and will leave the room.
Thank you. Can't see any other hands, but I can't see much from here, so... No? Okay. Item 3. I move the minutes of the previous council meeting held on the 15th of July 2021 as circulated with the agenda papers. that they be signed as a correct record.
Councillor Williams, Vice Chairman, I second that proposal.
Thank you. No hands? Okay, move on to item 4, announcements. To receive such communications, the Chairman, Vice Chair and the Head Paid of Service may desire to lay before the Council. I refer members to the official list of engagements carried out by the Chairman and the Vice Chairman since the meeting of Council on the 15th of July, which has been circulated to you by email. Okay, move on to item 5, public questions. In accordance with Procedure Rule 14, we will now deal with questions from members of the public. The Assistant Director of Legal and Democratic Services will read out the public questions received. The relevant portfolio holder will respond to the questions. We've had 2 questions. The first one is from Jamie Russell. Tim.
Thank you, Chairman. So Jamie Russell asks the following. We must act decisively now to keep 1.5 centigrade alive. We are already at 1.2 and rising. Warming has accelerated in recent decades. Every fraction of a degree counts. Greenhouse gas concentrations are at record levels. Extreme weather and climate disasters are increasing in frequency and intensity. The viability of our societies depends on leaders from government, business and civil society uniting behind policies, actions and investments that will limit temperature rises to 1.5 centigrade. Shropshire Council declared a climate emergency over 2 years ago in July 2019. Despite that declaration, I note that the Council is still committed to building the North West Road, even though it will create 48,000 tonnes of CO2 from its construction for an operational saving of 350 T/CO2 per annum, still investing its pension fund in climate-wrecking companies including BP and Shell, still building houses through its developer Conovi that are not zero carbon, still dithering about whether or not to back the climate and ecology emergency bill that is currently in the House of Commons. Many residents in the county feel that Shropshire Council is completely failing in its duty to act on the emergency it declared. What evidence can the Council provide that its climate emergency declaration is making any real difference at all?
Thank you. I'm now going to call on Councillor Ian Ellings, the portfolio holder for climate change, natural assets and green economy. Councillor Ellings.
Thank you, and thank you to Mr Russell for giving us the opportunity to highlight the wide range of carbon reduction projects which the Council is supporting, both to reduce its own carbon footprint and to help Shropshire businesses and communities to do the same. First of all, the three contexts: powering down, powering up and carbon capture. On powering down, the Council has reduced its direct carbon footprint by 70% between 2017 and 2019. Additional measures have been taken since 2019 to reduce the Council's footprint, including switching all corporate power consumption to identifiable renewable sources, an ongoing programme of improvements to its buildings to install installation, low carbon heating and lighting, and deliver that's to a budget of £1.1 million. 60% of that was grant funding and a saving of 210 tonnes of carbon per year. Delivering the first carbon neutral road surfacing programme by any UK local authority, which has been shortlisted for a National Highways Award, which is a saving of 280 tonnes of carbon. Supporting Shropshire residents to make the transition to electric vehicles as one of just 4 UK local authorities, leading with the Agile Streets on-street smart EV charging and installing an initial 50 new chargers throughout the county. This is utilising £200,000 of government grants. We're working with local housing associations, taking steps to help residents suffering from fuel poverty. There's almost 18,000 households suffering from fuel poverty in the county, and helping social housing tenants by installing £5.8 million of installation and heating improvements in Shropshire to date. Also supporting wider community efforts to decarbonise as a founder member of the Zero Carbon Shropshire and grant funding projects such as countrywide energy mapping. In powering up, with me. The Council has adopted an objective to become energy self-sufficient by 2030. By that stage, we intend to have all of our own renewable energy. That will come from places like the agreed development of a 1.1 megawatt solar farm at the former Maesby Road landfill site in Oswestry to supply local businesses. Is working with local electricity companies to screen its own property portfolio to identify other opportunities to generate power, either for its own use or to supply other public sector organisations and local business. And is using the £70,000 government grant fund to work with a range of local project partners, including Zero Carbon Shropshire, to develop the potential for local heat networks in North Shrewsbury and Shrewsbury Town Centre to decarbonise heating in these areas. Finally, on carbon capture and storage, the Council is seeking opportunities to work with others to capture and store carbon in horticulture and agriculture using carbon credits, using a pilot project of biochar production, supporting widespread tree planting by making available around 30,000 trees per year, free of charge to communities through the annual Community Tree Scheme. A summary of the Council's updated carbon performance data will be published later this year. And again, thank you for the opportunity to highlight those points.
Thank you. We will move on to the second question, which is from Stephen Malloy. Tim?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr Malloy asked the following of the leader. Your register of disclosable pecuniary interest declare that you are the business manager for CMS JAW Limited, which has a related party disclosure declaring a joint venture since at least 2009, with an unnamed third party involving £545,000 in the most recent accounts. Up until the 31st of December 2014, the financial reporting standards for smaller entities required the name of the related party to be disclosed in the accounts, but this was not complied with. In the interest of openness and transparency, and given your role as leader of Shropshire Council, will you disclose the name of the third party and nature of the joint venture, and whether there has been a business transacted with that third party within the Shropshire Council local authority area?
Thank you. Councillor Leslie Picton.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'm not required and do not intend to disclose the name of the third party or the details of the joint venture you have asked me about, Mr Malloy. It has no business dealings in Shropshire or any transactions with Shropshire Council whatsoever. If that should change at any point in the future, then I shall of course be prepared to disclose further details. I sort of feel my leadership has now been rubber stamped. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Okay, we also have a petition bearing over 1,000 signatures that's been received from Rachel Connolly requesting a debate under the Council's petition scheme. The petition requests that the Council hold a full member debate on the rationale and impact of Keir and Shropshire Council's proposal to centralise the highway service delivered by closing 2 depots serving the east of the county. Members are asked to consider whether closing and selling off the depots in Bridgnorth and Hotnut is in the interests of the local residents and quality of service. Members will take a vote at the end on the proposed closures should go ahead or not. The petitioner is going to be allowed 5 minutes to outline their case, after which there may be a debate of up to 15 minutes. Petitioner?
Hi, my name is Rachel Connolly and I am the local councillor for West Ward on Bridgnorth Town Council. I am here today to present this petition about the highways depots, which attracted over 2,100 signatures from ordinary residents in just 5 weeks. The highways depot in Bridgnorth has served as a local hub for the southeast of the county for years, approximately 60,000 residents. Like all of Shropshire's 5 depots, it delivers the 15% of highways work that focuses on localised repairs that require a quick response and local knowledge. It covers pothole and footpath repairs, road signs, emergency call-out, flood response and winter gritting. The first I heard that this depot might be closing was from one of the employees who alerted me in early July that staff were being consulted on a closure planned for the 30th of September. This was quite a surprise because our town council had not been consulted or informed at all. Bridgnorth itself suffers badly with flooding on the eastern bank of the River Severn, and our topography means that in winter, the steep incline of our main roads, residential streets and country lanes can become extremely dangerous in icy weather. But more importantly, Bridgnorth Depot doesn't just serve our town, but all the outlying towns and villages in the south east, such as Highley, Claverley, Alveley, Brownclea, Burwerton, Clibry Mortimer, Stotterston, Ditton Priors, Werfield, Shifnal, Sutton Maddock, Albrighton, Broseley and Much Wenlock. I understand that a recent scrutiny review of the winter service policy by Shropshire Council did acknowledge that the south east part of the county needed more investment for service improvements as we were underserved in comparison with the rest of Shropshire. So I do not understand how closing the depot that serves the south east will help redress our need for more service. Councillor Steve Chalmley responded with an email press release to our town council on 19th of July in which he explained that under the proposals the depots at Bridgnorth and Hodnet would close with operations continuing at 3 main depots in Whittington, Shrewsbury and Craven Arms. The decision to close these 2 depots was taken to help provide a more effective services and as part of our wider operational improvement plan. The reduction in overheads will free up money and centralising teams also increases the operational resilience. Councillor Charnley stated that modelling has demonstrated that there will be no detrimental impact on services to those areas currently covered by those depots. But at Bridgnorth Town Council, we have never been shown any modelling or any other information in relation to the closure other than the press release. In Bridgnorth and the South East, we are struggling to understand how our services can be delivered effectively by transferring the staff and equipment to the depot in Craven Arms, which is a 44-mile round trip on narrow country lanes. The additional travel time is 58 minutes, and yet there is a requirement to attend emergencies such as road traffic accidents within 1 hour. I have no expertise at all in highways, but surely this additional travel time is going to have an impact on efficiency. If every repair will now take an extra hour or a 2-hour round trip, surely the team will either take twice as long or deliver half as many jobs. I cannot understand the logic of this change. All the councillors in Bridgnorth and the concerned residents would appreciate more information to help us understand how this approach could be efficient. Where is the business plan or modelling that was referred to? Most residents from the Bridgnorth area are very concerned that our service levels will logically be reduced. Will everyone's highways repairs take longer, or will we just get forgotten out in the South East because we are so far away from decision makers like yourselves here in Shrewsbury? There is already a general perception by rural residents in the East and areas like mine in Bridgnorth that Shropshire Council is very centralised and Shrewsbury-centric. Despite paying the same council tax as everyone else in the county, our local services are being removed to centralised delivery as a cost-saving exercise, much to the frustration of local people. I would like to be able to tell my residents that they are mistaken and that rural areas like ours in the South East are just as important as those in the centre and west. Today's petition is a request from 2,100 residents. We are asking you today to defer any depot closures until that important information on modelling and impact has been made available and considered by you, our elected representatives, to make an informed decision about what is best for our local highways repair service.
You have about 30 seconds
Thank you.
left. Oh, brilliant. Well done. Thank you. If only I'd waited another 10 seconds. Okay, so now we have up to 15 minutes of debate on this. I can't see who that is. Can you? Sorry. Councillor Buckley.
Councillor Julia Buckley, Bridgnorth West and Tassley. Bear with my croaky voice, please. Can I just remind members why we're having to discuss this today? So it wasn't just 1,000 members of the public who signed Rachel's petition. 2,100 members of the public from all over the eastern flank, so twice as many as were needed. And they've signed a petition because they are asking elected members to intervene into this decision. Why? Why has it had to come from members of the public I'll tell you why, because members have been excluded from this decision. The Strategic Operations Board, that's one officer and one member, decided to close the depots in December 2020. And there was no report to Cabinet, there was no report to Council, and for some reason that was omitted from the annual report on the Kia contract to the Place Scrutiny Committee. Something I have asked about several times, even through the Place Committee, and had no response. So it feels as though the contractor, to whom we pay £21 million a year, is making a decision without involving elected members. So now you have your residents asking you, please, to intervene and represent their views. This is about ensuring equality for all residents of Shropshire. So wherever we live, we should all have access to these services. And let's make no mistake, the services we are talking about are safety. These are repairs to uneven footpaths, problems in road, emergency response to road traffic accidents, to flood and to winter gritting. So to get this wrong will have very serious consequences. There should have been an equalities impact assessment. That's a legal requirement. I would love to see such an assessment, because if we could be realistic that there might be some impact, we can then move on to a grown-up dialogue about what mitigation could be put into place. Until that is done, we cannot close the depot. You will be asked today, I'm sure by Councillor Chalmley, that we should press ahead with a temporary closure whilst that impact assessment is hurriedly done retrospectively. By the way, that is not lawful to do it retrospectively. But I need to draw to your attention that there is nothing temporary about the closure of those depots. I'm holding in my hand a letter on Kia-headed notepaper sent to the staff on the 12th of September, telling them that their transfer to Longdon Road in Shrewsbury is a permanent change to their terms and conditions. And also, members, let's also not be hoodwinked into being told that the cost of upholding the depots is too expensive. I distributed this morning a briefing note containing all the details that Steve Smith has kindly sent to me about the costs of repairing our depots. Every year, members, you allocate funding to upkeep and maintain our 5 depots. That's our requirement to do so. If some of those were not fulfilled, then questions need to be asked. But what you can see very clearly is that all 5 depots require upkeep. This is nothing specific to Bridgnorth nor Hodnet, and nor is it more expensive to upkeep Bridgnorth and Hodnet. In fact, there are plans to invest £500,000 to increase and grow the welfare space at Longdon Road when they receive the additional staff from Bridgnorth. Because Longdon Road are so short-staffed, they are desperate to receive the teams from Bridgnorth. But the residents, not just in Bridgnorth, but in the entire eastern flank of Shropshire, are not desperate to lose this local service. It will affect 22 divisions, 121,000 residents. And the decision you make today will have repercussions for many years to come. Mr. Speaker, I am requesting a recorded vote so that those 121,000 residents can know which of their councillors will speak up for their local communities and ensure that we have services not just in the centre, but also in the rural parts of our county. And every time there is a flood, a snow flurry, a problem on the road, I hope to God that you are right and that there will not be any delays or any safety problems. In the past, I've been told a reason for the problems in highways came from the beast from the east. Well, today I am asking you to vote to defer this decision so that we are not ending up with the least in the east. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking for hands.
Councillor Vasmer here.
All right. Yes.
Chair.
Sorry, you're behind several sets
I'm
of
behind.
table
I'm
names.
behind various tables. Yes, I know.
Councillor Vasmer.
Thank you, Councillor Vasmer Underdale. I'd just like to back Councillor Buckley's speech about this and the concern that she has about the closure of these depots. I very much oppose them, and my group opposes the closure of these depots. And we think that there should be a recorded vote on this, because obviously it's a very important issue, and the petitioners have requested that, and there is precedent for a recorded vote when we had a debate about a nursery, I think it was, but also I'd like to say that this issue is very important for Bridgnorth and for the services in that part of Shropshire, but it's also important for Shrewsbury as well. I mean, I've been round Longdon Road depot, and it doesn't seem to be an awful lot of space there for a lot of extra staff, for one thing. And secondly, we all know that Longdon Road in Shrewsbury is very busy, it's very congested, yet more traffic on that road as a result of this closure and the movement of people and vehicles there seems to me balmy. I would hope that members would support this call for a vote and would back the view that we do not close these depots.
Thank you. Councillor Clark. Ted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief. Ted Clark, Buncombe Parish. I've real concerns about these proposals, primarily because I think that disposing of strategically sited highways depots at our contractors' behest is surely very unwise. It ties ourselves entirely into total reliance on contractors and makes it extremely unlikely that we could ever afford or invest in returning to full resumption of highways operations in-house, which were just as successful as they are now under the contracted regime. Thank you, Chair. Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Roger Evans. I can see you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I speak in support of this petition. We live in the largest inland county, a large rural county with widely dispersed towns and rural population. Members are supposed to run this authority. Members, we're told, or officers tell us, it is a member-run authority. Where have members ever been asked their views on this, which is quite important? I live in a rural part of Shropshire, just on the outskirts of Shrewsbury, and many people in my area object to the dominance that Shrewsbury has over the rural areas. I sympathise totally with Bridgnorth and their part that they are wide to the east and away from Shrewsbury, away from the Longdon depot. The Longdon depot, I would ask, is it suitable for its purpose that it's going to be asked for? No, it isn't. Members need to consider this carefully and given time for it as well. To centralise is not good for a large rural county like this. So I hope you will allow a vote. I hope you will allow and ask for a recorded vote, provided the appropriate members get up. Let's show the officers and show this council what members think of this proposal. And I fully support this, and I hope the members here will today. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else? No? In which case I'm going to hand over to Councillor Steve Charnley. Councillor Charnley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for presenting the petition and doing an extremely good job of it. I think we need to put this into some context. The current proposal to close Hodnet and Bridgnorth depots is a temporary closure, and the reason for that temporary closure is for health and safety grounds. The salt barn at Bridgnorth is structurally unsound and has been found out to have serious issues with its longevity. So that is currently undergoing substantial investigation to see if it can be used going forward. There are also similar issues at the Hodnet depot. Again, health and safety grounds. Parts of the depot are unsafe for future use. It would be wrong of me as the portfolio holder to put our staff in potential jeopardy if there is structurally unsound buildings within those depots. To date, Kia have gone through all the due processes needed to take this decision and to temporarily close those sites. I appreciate that it is difficult for one, to communicate with the public, and two, for people to understand the rationale behind it. But both sites will need significant investment. But first we need to understand the level of that investment. Both sites also have environmental permits. When you're storing salt and chemicals on site, there are obviously an environmental factor. The concrete in the salt barn at Bridgnorth is currently being tested for its porosity, because the last thing we need is leaching of salt into the River Severn. So there are multiple reasons why we need to close this and relocate services to other depots across the county. There was mention of the equality impact assessment. You only need one of those for a permanent closure. This is a temporary emergency closure of both depots while we undertake further investigation. I'm sorry, but I'm speaking. The modelling and impact will follow that, and the decision will come back to Cabinet if there is a permanent closure that is needed, either Cabinet or Council, depending on the level that we are talking about. I think there's a lot of misinformation that's been put out here. Service provision across the winter and for the next months to come will be unaffected. We have sandbag drops at Canton Brook at the depot there, which residents can drop in, pick up, or ask to be delivered from there. The winter maintenance programme is operated from all over the county. Just because you live in Bridgnorth doesn't mean your gritter comes from the Bridgnorth depot. We also have access to Kia operated depots outside the county, such as Telford, because they have the Highways England contract. So they have done the rationalisation of the routes, and we are confident that winter maintenance will be unaffected across the county. Rumours that staff are few and far between at the Longdon Road depot is just wrong. Obviously, with COVID and social distancing, staff are out and about doing the work which we need doing, rather than sitting in Longdon Road, drinking cups of tea. I think at the last meeting we said that the highways maintenance and pothole chasing is an ongoing issue, and personally I want staff out there doing the work, not sat in Longdon Road. Obviously the management teams are all online and conversing constantly to get this done, and they've also drawn up the winter maintenance programme, and we have a full raft of drivers on standby, ready to go when the frost hits. Moving on to the actions for the petition, I'm left with 9 options which are laid out in the Constitution, but with the advice of the legal officer, because this isn't a permanent closure, it would be premature.
Point of order. I have
Sorry, Councillor Buckley, thank you.
I need to give a point of order before we move to a vote.
I'm not going to take that point of order, sorry.
You cannot refuse a point
Councillor
of order.
Buckley, please.
You cannot refuse me a point of order.
It would be premature.
Councillor Charlie.
It would be premature to determine this without, for members to make a decision without a covering report. Therefore, I intend to ask officers to reflect on the debate here at Council and bring a report to Cabinet in due course. So, taking the 9 responses I've got to the petition, I would like to bring together to undertake research into the matter and consult those affected before bringing back a report to Cabinet in due course. So that is my recommendation, that a joining up of those 2 points to reaffirm, to undertake research into the matter and consult those affected before a report comes back to Cabinet in due course. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Will you take my point of order now, Mr. Speaker?
I will listen to your point of order, but I do not appreciate any member in this chamber interrupting another member.
I wanted to raise the point of order before you moved to the recommendations. It was separate. So I have demonstrated that there is a letter on
No, what you've
headed
demonstrated
notepaper.
is that Kia, the letter says that Kia will not be possibly transferring its staff back. Kia are on a contract. Kia will not be there forever necessarily.
So Kia
I'm not
are
going to take
telling
point
their
of order.
staff
Thank you.
that this is a
No,
permanent
Julia,
move.
Councillor Buckley.
There are two
thank
more
you.
points.
Councillor Buckley.
There are
thank you.
There are two more
Councillor Buckley.
There are two more.
Point of order. I'm going to challenge the chair. This is outrageous. You've cut somebody off in the middle of a point of order, which is a fact, piece of information. So I challenge the chair on this. Councillor Julian Dean.
Thank you. We know, Julian, who you are. Thank you. Okay. We're going to move on. The point of order has been said.
I've just challenged the chair.
I haven't finished the point of order. There are 3 factual inaccuracies.
Well, the point, Tim, please, some advice on this.
So, what I think we have to remember is this is a petition from a member of the public. This isn't a motion by members. The public have put forward their petition, and that has been debated. It's now for council to decide how to respond to that petition. What the portfolio holder has indicated is that further information will be gathered, further consultation will take place, and a decision by members will be taken at Cabinet or Council as appropriate. And it seems to me that now needs to be voted on, to determine one way or the other whether that is the appropriate response of this council to this public petition. But it does seem to me that there will be an opportunity for members to consider this further.
Thank you, Roger. No, we're going to move to a vote.
Mr. Speaker, I have a
Roger.
point of order. I have
Roger.
a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Roger, we're going to move. It's very clear. This is a petition. The monitoring officer has just given us what actions we are able to do with it. I'm content to have it as a recorded vote to accede to that, but it is there are a number of lines that we can take on this, and the portfolio has proposed to take 2, and that's what we're going to do.
Mr. Speaker,
We're going to move, Roger.
I have a point of order.
Roger. Okay. You will need to show me in the Constitution where your point of order sits, please.
In the Constitution.
Would you like me to delay this meeting so you can show me in the Constitution where your point of order is coming from?
I'm sorry the council does not provide paper copies of the Constitution, but however, if I quote yourself, Mr. Chairman, previously you have allowed a vote on a petition.
I am allowing
and
a
I'm
vote,
asking you to
Roger.
confirm
Roger.
today that you are not allowing a vote.
Roger, that's not true. Roger, we are having a vote. We cannot have a vote on something that is not happening. So we are going to have a vote on how to deal with this. Officers are going to take this away. They've heard what the petitioners have said, very eloquently, I might add. We've heard everything else. At the moment, it's a temporary closure on health and safety grounds, and we are going to move to the vote. Okay, Julia, I'm not going to take it. I'm sorry. Okay, so you've heard what's said. We will make it a recorded vote. I will at least accede to that. Tim.
Okay.
Could you just confirm what the members will be voting for against? So perhaps we could ask
Steve,
Councillor
would
Charnley
you
to...
reiterate, please? I think you've iterated it, Steve's iterated it. I'll get Steve to say it again. Councillor Charnley.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Just to reiterate...
Can we hear you, please?
That's better. Just to reiterate that my recommendation is that we undertake research into the matter and consult those affected with a report coming back to Cabinet or Council as appropriate in due course.
But are you closing the depot or...
Julian?
It's not clear.
It is. The depots are on a temporary closure for health and safety reasons. And it's going to be debated by council and brought back, debated by cabinet and then potentially brought back to council depending.
So a
That's
vote
what
in
we're voting
favour
on.
means to temporarily close
Julia,
the depot.
Julia,
We need
I'm
clarity.
sorry, please do not keep usurping the chair.
There was no clarity as to whether it was closing or remaining open.
Right. There can be no decision on that until it has been discussed.
What are you asking members to
we
vote
are
for?
going to move forward with the vote. I'm sorry, but we're going to move forward.
So a vote in favour means to temporarily
Julia,
close
please.
or not. It's not clear. It is not clear what you are asking members to vote
Julia,
for.
I'm sorry, but this has to stop. All right?
Chair, I'm going to move an amendment to the proposal.
No,
I think
no,
yes,
you
we
can't
have
do an
we have
amendment on
we
a
have a
petition.
tabled
I'm sorry.
proposal. Of course, we
Julian,
have a right to move an amendment.
Julian, please. Tim Collard.
So I think the vote is for or against bringing this back to council or cabinet in due course once all the information has been collated.
But are we voting to close the depot or retain it in the meantime?
We are voting to look at
That
it.
decision's been made.
We need to clarify that with an
Right.
amendment. I
I've just
suggest.
clarified it, Julian. Thank you very much. Tim, will you please take the vote?
I will read out the following members, and if you could indicate whether you're for or against the proposal as set out by
I absolutely
Councillor Charnley.
object. You are not being clear
Your
with
objection
members
is
that they are
noted.
voting to close the
We are
depot.
not voting to close anything.
Are we voting to retain it until those actions are taken? Is
It
that what
has
you are
been said
saying?
3 times. I am not going to have an individual debate with you, Councillor.
It's not clear
Councillor,
what you are
we
asking
moving-
members to
Councillor, we
vote
are moving to
for.
the vote, or I will delay this meeting.
open or not?
Thank you.
Nobody knows what you are asking them to vote for.
It has been explained 3 times. You should listen.
Retained or closed? Retained or closed? What is the temporary position?
The temporary position is that they are closed for health and safety grounds.
So you are asking members to temporarily close whilst these other
This
actions
is not the
take
debate
place.
between you and I. This is a petition, and we are answering the petition with the agreed actions under the Constitution. So, Tim, if you would please carry on.
It does seem to me that the temporary closure decision has already been made on health and safety. We're not asking you to confirm that.
No, the petition is asking us to intervene in that decision and defer the closure until the information is provided. So I welcome Councillor Charmley's idea that he's now ready to collect the information. The residents ask us to defer the closure until that is done. So you need to clarify with members whether voting for Councillor Charmley's evidence means a closure whilst he does that, or retain them open whilst he does that.
Councillor Charmley.
Right. Just to be clear, once again, as I set out right at the start of my report, the depot is closing on health and safety grounds. We cannot put the workforce at risk in a dangerous setting. That decision to close for health and safety reasons is already in place. What you are asking me to do now is ask if it is closing permanently. And I am saying that I am taking more research into the matter and consult with those affected before that decision comes back to council or cabinet in due course. Is that clear?
Then the wording of your motion needs to include that we will continue with the temporary closure, because that is what the members of the public have asked us to do. They asked us to vote on whether we intervene and defer the temporary closure. So please could you amend, or I will put the amendment which says Councillor Charmley wishes to continue with the temporary closure whilst he finally conducts the assessment.
So, Councillor Charmley, are you willing to take that on board, or shall I accede and go to a vote on the proposed amendment?
The depots will be closed temporarily on health and safety grounds. I will not put the workforce in danger as a result of that.
Okay, there we go.
Let me read out the names of the councillors, please, and indicate for or against what Councillor Charmley has put forward. Aldcroft.
For.
Anderson.
For.
Bagnall.
Against.
Bardsley,
4.
Barrow,
4.
Biggins,
4.
Boddington,
Against.
Brumel,
4.
Buckley,
Against.
Burchett,
4.
Butler,
4.
Carroll,
4.
Charmley,
4.
Clark,
Against.
Dakin,
4.
Dartnell,
Against.
Davenport, Davis, Dean, Elner, Evans, David Evans, sorry.
4.
Julia Evans,
Against.
Roger Evans,
Against.
Gill,
4.
Gittings,
4.
Green,
Against.
Halliday,
Against.
Harris,
4.
Hartin,
Against.
Hignett, sorry.
4.
Houghton,
Against.
Huffer, Richard Huffer, Tracy Huffer, Hunt,
4.
Hurst Knight, Isherwood,
Against.
Mark Jones,
4.
Simon Jones,
4.
Kerr,
Against.
Kidd,
Against.
Lee,
4.
Luff,
4.
Lumby,
4.
Lynch,
4.
Macy,
4.
Marshall,
4.
Morris,
4.
Pam Mosley,
Against.
Alan Mosley,
Against.
Motley, Mullock,
4.
Nellins,
4.
Hardy,
Against.
Parry,
Against.
Parsons,
Against.
Picton,
4.
Potter,
4.
Price,
4.
Thomas,
4.
Tyndall,
Against.
Towers,
Against.
Vasmer,
Against.
Wagner,
Against.
Wild,
4.
Williams,
4.
Wilson,
Against.
and Wynne.
4.
That's 38 votes for and 24 votes against. So that will now go back to Cabinet to be appraised and then may come forward either via Cabinet or to Council at a future date. Thank you. Let's see if we can move on in a more orderly fashion now, please, Councillors. Shouting out is not something that I am prepared to tolerate from the seat of the chair, and being spoken over is not something that I'm prepared to tolerate. If it happens again, I will stop the meeting.
Oh, good.
And then we will go away and calm down and come back and continue in a manner that the people of Shropshire should rightfully expect from us. Okay, item 6, Annual Treasury Report. I invite Councillor Gwilym Butler, the portfolio holder, Full Resources, to present the report and move that the report and recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members. The Annual Treasury Report is in front of you. This is effectively the conclusion of the quarterly reports that have gone through Cabinet in the last financial year. I'm very pleased to say that the Treasury team have delivered an underspend of 3.21 million. This is basically because we have used, instead of borrowing the money for our purposes, we've used our cash flow to actually deliver it instead. As you're all aware, the interest rates that we get from deposits at the moment are traditionally low, so we need to be clever in moving the money around in English terms. So the report is in front of you. It's not controversial. I congratulate the officers and I ask members to accept the position as set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. That's seconded by...
Councillor Jeff Anderson. I second the report and reserve my right to speak.
Okay, thank you. Anybody wish to speak to this?
Councillor Vasman.
Councillor Vasman.
Chair. Thank you very much. Yeah, I just like to raise the issue of the capital programme. In the report it says that section 5.1, it mentions delays in delivery of the capital programme will both have a positive impact on the council's cash position. But in actual fact, I do worry about the slippage in the capital programme, which has been quite significant. I think it's 49.4 million at the moment. And I think that my concern is that the capital programme is not going to be achieved, and we're not going to make the improvements we want to make. And also on the housing revenue account, there's similar slippage. And I worry that we're not going to be able to build the houses, affordable houses we need. And I'm very concerned about this element of this report. And I think that we should be looking much more towards making sure that our capital programme can be implemented, and hopefully we'll get some better news in future reports.
Thank you. Councillor Dean Carroll.
Thank you, Chair. We've had this conversation repeatedly, Councillor Vasma, at scrutiny, at Cabinet, and repeatedly I've given you the same answer. The reason there has been slippage in the capital programme is threefold. Firstly, COVID stopped work on many building sites for a number of months last year. Secondly, there is a worldwide shortage and increase in price of certain building materials, including steel, lumber and concrete. Nothing unique to Shropshire, nothing unique to the UK. I know people across the world engaging in major capital projects whose schemes have been delayed because of these shortages. And thirdly, as this administration made perfectly clear when we came in May, that we would be undertaking a pause and reflect on several key projects to make sure that we were on course and delivering the right outcomes for the people of Shropshire. That is exactly what we are doing. A delay and slippage in the programme is nothing unusual, especially in those circumstances, and the capital programme will continue and will be delivered.
Chair, can I come back on that?
Yeah, if you stick your hand up.
Okay, thank you.
Away you go.
Thanks very much. I mean, what a curious thing, Councillor Dean, is that when we're talking about the capital programme, you go on about increased costs and slippage, but when we talk about the North West Relief Road, we talk about the fact that we can achieve that without any slippage and without any extra costs. And it seems to me a kind of a contradiction between what you're saying. So, I hope that we can achieve the capital programme, but I hope that you recognise that the costings on the North West Relief Road need to be re-examined as well, and we don't stick to the ridiculous costings we've got at the moment.
Okay, well nobody else has indicated, so I'd rather not make this a two-councillor debate, but Councillor Carroll, if you'd like to...
Neither would I, Chair, but as Councillor Vasma was allowed a second bite, I feel I have to respond to the grossly inaccurate portrayal that has been given. Councillor Vasma has obviously never heard of a contingency fund in major projects, which is to deal with uplifts in costs. And as the leader of the Liberal Democrat group has obviously never heard of a contingency fund in major projects, it is no wonder that the people of Shropshire repeatedly have no faith in the Liberal Democrats to lead Shropshire Council.
Thank you. Councillor Kidd.
Thank you. I really would appreciate people not being so condescending to other people in this room. We all have experience and we all represent our residents. Yeah. And actually a little bit of, later on in the agenda we're looking at a code of conduct. I'm really appalled that we can't actually treat one another with some respect. And that condescension then was just beyond me. Please grow up.
Thank you. Okay, I cannot see anybody else indicating. So I'm going to go back to Councillor Jeff Anderson, who reserved his right, before coming back to the portfolio holder, who is very keen.
No further
Councillor
comment.
Anderson.
I don't wish to speak.
Okay. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Councillor Vasma, you must be reading my mind. I think I advised at the last council meeting that it was my ambition to actually bring the whole of the budget process and the capital programme to scrutiny before it comes back to council in December. At this present time, we are on track. We also have a working group that is looking at the budget and the finances, and they will have a good sighting of where we are with the capital programme. But I'm not going to pull any punches. There will be hard decisions to be made if we need to protect the people of Shropshire. Okay? But I've got an open door policy. I promise to bring this to scrutiny as soon as I can before it goes to Cabinet, which is the first for this unitary authority. At present, I'm on target to deliver that. Please come and work with us. This is not going to be easy. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just checking. Sorry? All right. Obviously, this is a report just for noting, so we will move on. We don't need to vote on it. We'll move on to item 7, the annual assurance report of the Audit Committee to Council. I invite Councillor Brian Williams, who is Chair of the Audit Committee, to present the report and move that the recommendations be received and agreed.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to move the report, which is a fairly straightforward document. I commend the findings to you that there is limited assurance, principally due to the impact of COVID on the work of the Council over the year. Limited assurance is the second step down from full assurance and is unusual for this Council. We normally are able to provide full assurance, but COVID, as I say, has affected every sector of the Council and indeed has reduced the work of the Audit Committee because several members of the Audit Committee have been seconded to deal with grant applications and trying to prevent fraudulent grant applications for COVID funds. So I present the report and commend it to the Council to accept, and I'm happy to answer any questions that members may have. I move.
And that's seconded by
Councillor Harris. I second.
Okay. Looking around the room, anybody have anything they want to say? Councillor Vasma.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very concerned about, if you look in the executive summary in section 2.2, it says the Audit Committee recognised and concerned about the limitations identified in the internal control framework as reported in the Head of Audit's opinion. Now, there is a history here of problems with internal control frameworks because that's one of the major problems with the CARE contract, that we weren't actually monitoring down that contract very effectively, and the result of which we were approving work which hadn't been done, work which had been done poorly, and there was very serious problems in the operation of that report, as other reports the Audit Committee have identified. And it seems to be that it's not just with the CARE contract, but it seems to be our ability to manage contracts seems to be extremely poor, and it doesn't seem to be improving because this has been a problem that's been going through Audit Committee for some time now. And I would like the Audit Committee really to do much more work in this particular area. Because I do feel that this is an area in which the Council is not actually providing good value for money, and it is resulting in poor services in many areas. And for example, the Veolia contract seems to be quite well managed, but the Kia contract and other contracts are very poorly managed. So I'd be interested in the Chair's comments on this.
I'm happy to provide comment on it.
Brian, if I could bring you back at the end.
Okay.
Just want to see if there's anybody else in the floor first who wishes to speak, and then I will go back to the seconder, Councillor Harris, and then back to you, Councillor Williams. I see no other hands. Councillor Harris?
Yeah, I have nothing more to add.
Okay. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. I'm very interested in Councillor Vassner's comments. The Audit Committee has not been aware of problems with contracts other than the Kia contract. And in fact, the Audit Committee had the senior highway officers of the council before them at the last meeting only a week ago, in which we questioned them about the lack of progress in terms of settling problems with Kia. They presented a report to us which quite clearly indicated that there is a completely new sense of trust between the council's officers and Kia staff, and we are now getting to a much better situation where Kias are managing their contract in a measure of cooperation with the council rather than, as was, a degree of hostility with the council. And in fact, the progress of the Kia contract and the way that it is controlled by Shropshire Council has improved enormously. The Audit Committee were prepared to accept that assurance, but have asked Kias to come back to have asked our highway staff to come back to the Audit Committee at our February meeting, i.e. some 6 months away, so that we could again judge whether the improvements that the highway staff are taking place are actually being completed. So the Audit Committee is very much on top of its consideration of all the problems that the Kia's contract has caused for the council, and I am satisfied that officers are well aware of our concern, and we look forward to receiving a further report which I hope will indicate continued progress at our February meeting. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Can I just come back, Chair, just quickly? Just to say that I think the
no,
comments...
sorry, no. That was the summing up by the portfolio holder. You've had your chance to speak.
I just want to say...
I'm sorry, and I'm not going to play this game again. All right? The portfolio holder has summed up. We are going to move to the vote. All right? You know how it works. You've been a councillor for long enough. Okay. We've heard what it has... Thank you. Okay. So, all those in favour of accepting the report, please show. Against? That's clearly carried. Thank you. Move on to item 8. Changes to the appointment of the external auditor. Once again, I invite Councillor Brian Williams to present the report and move the recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chairman. Every 5 years, the government says that we councils have to reconsider who is their external auditor. For the last 5 years, Grant Thorntons have been our external auditor, and there is now the opportunity to have 3 ways of acquiring an external auditor for the next 5 years. 2 of these methods, as are set out in the report, would involve considerable cost and considerable staff time, so that we have opted for the first option, which means that we say to the government, we are happy for the government to make that appointment on our behalf, and we will accept the external auditor which the relevant government body appoints for us. So instead of trying to find our own external auditor, we are doing as we have done for the last 15 years, accepting the government's nomination of our external auditor, who might well be Grant Thornton again. We just do not know. But I move that we accept the recommendations before you.
Thank you. And seconder?
Councillor Harris, and I second.
Okay. Does anybody wish to speak to this? No. Seconder, I'm sure you have the right to speak. Do you wish to?
Nothing further to say.
No. Councillor Williams? No. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? Okay, we will move on. Thank you, councillors. To item 9, the adoption of the Local Government New Model Code of Conduct. I invite Councillor David Evans, who is Chair of the Standards Committee, to present the report and move the recommendations be received and agreed.
Thank you. I hope members will support the adoption of the LGA Model Code of Conduct, but this Council Standards Committee and Constitution Working Group recommend adoption of the code in full, rather than cherry-picking part of it, to ensure that there is no unintended consequences of removing sections from what is designed to be a consensus code. Members will also note that the recommendation that the code come into operation from December the 1st, to allow the monitoring officer to offer training to all members of provisions of the new code. So I recommend that we go with items 3.1 and 3.2 in the report. I move the report. Thank you.
Thank you. And from the Chair, I'm going to second it. Councillor Heather-Kidd.
Thank you. As I'm on the LGA, I was party to this going through the LGA, and it was hard worked on over a couple of years, in fact, and it is cross-party and put forward on those grounds. And I heartily welcome that, and I do hope everybody will read it in the future. What I would also like to say is that actually we would all benefit from social media and sometimes the press, but mostly not the press, treating everybody with some sort of respect for the future. We all have a right to opinions. We all have a right to speak. And actually, the trolling and so on that goes on Facebook and Twitter and a number of different places is unacceptable for all councillors. So if there's one message I would like to come out of this, it's that actually we ought to be recommending this to everybody, and we ought to be putting pressure on social media so that councillors are entitled to their views and are respected for them. We do not expect people to always agree with us.
Oh, I completely support that. Councillor Butler.
Heather, I don't actually get the opportunity to say this very often, but I totally agree with you. As portfolio holder for resources, it is only, I think, Tuesday, or was it Wednesday, I was discussing with Tim Collard about how we can put further training in place for members on dealing with social media and aggressive behaviour within the community, and how we actually roll that down through SALC and the town and parish councils, so we create a more professional and better environment for us to all work in. We should not, as democratic elected people, have to put up with the abuse we receive, and we need to get that message out there. Thank you.
Okay. I can't see anybody else indicating, so I will go back to Councillor Evans. Do you have anything further you wish to say, Councillor Evans?
No, I just totally agree with everything the two speakers have said, so therefore I recommend report to full council. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't think there's any of us in this chamber that would disagree with what's been said. Okay. So, all those in favour, please, of adopting the new Model Code of Conduct in its entirety, please show. It looks unanimous, but just in case, any against or any abstentions? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Okay, we'll move on then to item 10, the appointment of monitoring officer. I'm going to move the recommendations be received and agreed. Is that seconded by?
Yes, I am happy to second that recommendation.
Okay. Does anybody have anything they wish to say on it? Yeah. Our monitoring officer says he'll step out the door if they do. Okay. No? Okay. All those in favour then, please, of accepting it, please show. Any against? Any abstention? Sorry, David, is your hand still up? No. Okay. No. You might have been on your own though. Any abstentions? No, that's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Okay, item 11 is the allocation of committee seats and appointments. I personally move from the chair that the recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Williams?
As Vice Chairman, I second.
Okay, anybody have anything they wish to say about it? No? Good. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you. So we'll move on to item 12, notices of motion. The following motions have been received in accordance with Procedure Rule 16. The first one is from Councillor Duncan Kerr and is supported by the Green Group. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you. I'm not going to speak for long on this. I hope it will have the support of members right across the council. Since I submitted the motion, a report commissioned by the Home Secretary recommended that the epidemic of violence against women should be given the same national priority as we're given to terrorism. And this week we've seen yet another woman, Sabina Nasser, killed on our streets. And I'm sure we all wish to send our condolences to her family. So it's time to recognise that whilst men and women can be victims of domestic violence, it is overwhelmingly women who suffer serious injury and indeed death, and men who are overwhelmingly, but not exclusively, responsible. It's time for Shropshire Council to make a stand, and I hope that all councillors from all political parties will welcome the opportunity to make a public pledge never to commit, excuse or remain silent about male violence against women. I won't read the motion out again, you've got it all in front of you. I look forward to your support in the debate.
And it is seconded by
Councillor Mike Isherwood, Oswestry West. And I'd like to use my right to speak now, thank you.
Off you go then.
So I second Councillor Kerr's motion. Gendered violence has been too little challenged for far too long. Society and our culture appears to be so used to the concept of male aggression towards females that it's only the absolutely most shocking excessive cases that become headlines. Most of the time, most people do not see it and probably don't want to see it. I was recently part of an interview with a courageous survivor of an abusive relationship who was helping to raise awareness of the issue and improve help and support for those escaping from their abuser. And I was asked how it made me feel, hearing firsthand the experiences of someone who had endured years of physical and emotional abuse. As is so often the case, the right words only came to me afterwards because really there are no words which could do justice in responding. What I actually feel is that I want to do something about it. It's as simple as that. I want male violence towards women and girls to end, and I want to do anything I can as a man to help that to happen. Because gendered violence has historically and even currently been treated as a predominantly female problem. All the preventatives and cures have been loaded onto women and girls. Don't go out alone. Don't wear certain clothes. Carry an alarm. Don't give out the wrong signals. Don't leave your drink unattended. Don't let it happen to you. And if your partner is the abuser, why do you stay? Why don't you just leave? Leave your home, everything you have, possibly even your children. It is almost treated like a natural, wholly expected situation. But can you imagine what would happen if, over the last few years or so, violence by women and girls against men and boys had risen to such a level that 2 men were being killed every week in an attack of female aggression against men? I would safely bet that there would be action, and the police performance on domestic violence would not be so woeful as has been reported in the last few days, nor the conviction rates so dismal, nor the sentences handed down when a guilty verdict is reached so light. This needs to change. It is completely immoral to place the burden on the victims, not the perpetrators. Violence committed by men or boys on women or girls is a male problem, but until recently, nearly all the conversation about it has been between women and girls. Most of the support has come from women. The demand for action has come from women. That is why the White Ribbon campaign is so crucial to solving this. It is designed to increase the underplayed role men should be taking and placing responsibility on them for creating a society which does not produce the conditions for violence towards women to exist. That is the challenge. Men should be equally, if not more, active in removing the scourge of gendered violence from our communities. And it starts with speaking up against sexism and misogyny online, against friends and colleagues who display unacceptable attitudes towards women or girls, against the silence on the one hand and victim blaming on the other, against the normalisation of sexual exploitation and aggression which the internet all too often promotes, especially towards young men and boys. There comes a point when simply not being an abuser is not enough. Men need to loudly and visibly take a stand against the minority who engage in abusive behaviour and violence. In becoming a White Ribbon accredited organisation, Shropshire Council will be loudly and visibly declaring it is ready to take that stand, not simply provide support services for survivors of violence and abuse, but in rallying men against the perpetrators. Most men have female relatives themselves who they would want to protect, and some men may want to seek help in ending their own abusive or violent behaviour.
30 seconds left.
Thank you, but don't know who to talk to. Supporting this motion could be the beginning for so many conversations and ultimately real change, lifting women and girls out of fear and mistreatment and saving lives. Therefore, I call on my fellow members to unanimously support this motion, because if we were all to ask ourselves, what have I done today to end violence and abuse towards women and girls? Voting in favour of this motion would be a good answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. It has been moved and seconded. Does anybody have anything they wish to say?
Can I speak on
Kirsty Hurstine.
I know we've had previous conversations, both councillors. I wholeheartedly support this motion. I am really aware of the timeline that you've set out from March 2022. So provisionally, we have as a council looked at course providers, contacted HR, spoke to the chief executive and the leader. It is doable if we get this passed today. It will be a phased out programme. We wholeheartedly support what you're saying and would really like to, I don't want to put more on your plate, but if you would like a cross-political party working some sort of programme on this, we can so get this passed and put through. I think the main thing to understand following the training, and I have done the training when I was town mayor, is that following the pledge you understand the disclosure, you know how to signpost and you know how to support. And again, I wholeheartedly hope everyone votes for this and we can start the project running as from next week. Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking around the room. Okay, we will move to vote then. Can't see anybody else. All those in favour of supporting the notice of motion, please show. Any against? Well, it looks unanimous. Any abstentions, just to be noted? No. Okay, that's gone through unanimously. Thank you. We will move on to the fun page. Okay, here we go. So the bottom of this one. The following motion has been received from Councillor Rob Wilson and is supported by the Liberal Democrat group. Active travel. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I was elected, I would listen into these meetings and heard members state that traffic will continue to increase by 5% every year. Yet perpetual growth, and that's what 5% growth is, means that in 14 years the volume of traffic on our roads will double. It will double in 14 years. This is clearly unsustainable. If we as a council fail to act, not only are we condemning our residents to gridlock, but the cost of maintaining our roads and repairing potholes will go through the roof. Electric and hydrogen vehicles will not provide a solution. a different approach is needed. The Secretary of State for Transport has offered a challenge to local authorities. He wishes to see 50% of journeys in towns walked or cycled by 2030. That's only 8 years away. In Shrewsbury, the figure is currently 35%. Grant Shapps told the Transport Select Committee only yesterday that what's forgotten is that every car you take off the road, because someone decides to walk or cycle, there's more road space and it actually helps everybody, including the motorists. Currently, Shropshire Council spends approximately 1% of its highways budget on active travel. This places it in the lowest 10% of local authorities for spending in this area. The Shropshire Climate Action Partnership, of which the Council is a founding member, has called on that level to be increased to 10%. This motion resolves to make that a reality. This level of funding has been called for by Sustrans, Living Streets, which is formerly the Pedestrian Association, and Cycling UK. The Scottish Government has also just committed to this level of spending by 2025. The Scottish approach recognises that reaching it straight away will be difficult, ratcheting it up over intervening years. There is at present a capacity and capability issue in highways, which clearly made the £20 million mini Holland bid for Shrewsbury difficult. It will take time for council officers to understand how to design and implement high quality schemes that conform to the new design standards in Local Transport Note 120. So this motion is pragmatic. It resolves to reach the 10% level in time for the end of this council term, increasing by 3% of the highways budget each year. Shropshire is making moves in the right direction. This council was one of, if not the first, local authority to formally support the Prime Minister's gear change policy and say it would adopt LTN 120 into policy. It is still bringing forward highway schemes that do not conform. LTP4 is under development, but there are pledges in LTP3 that were never realised. An LC WIP, a local cycling and walking infrastructure plan, is being developed, but that could have been done 4 years ago and needs to be properly funded. A bid has gone forward to the government for mini Holland funding in Shrewsbury, but we need funds that are county-wide. Shropshire Council has said it wants to be carbon neutral by 2030, but the biggest contributor to carbon emissions in the county is transport, and Shropshire Council has the power to effect change in this area. The leader was recently required to write to the DFT to assure them of the council's commitment to active travel, which I'm pleased to say she swiftly provided. Yet we must be alert to the warning issued by the government that local authorities who do not take active travel seriously could see their overall highways budget cut. This motion would signal to Westminster that active travel in Shropshire is a clear priority. The government is in the process of setting up Active Travel England as an inspectorate, and we should welcome their input to ensure that Shropshire's residents are getting value for money. We have an ageing population. Investing in active travel infrastructure that can be used by all ages and abilities would improve health, well-being and independence for our older population. It would also help us to retain and attract younger people and families. Yes, we have hills. Yes, it does rain from time to time. And there are some people who cannot or will not want to walk and cycle. But none of these are reasons not to make it a safe option for our children, our parents, our family and our friends. We have been promised that the country will build back better from the pandemic, and passing this motion would tell our residents and the government that this council is willing, in the words of the Prime Minister speaking to the UN this morning, grow up and take responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I can't put the second down as the Liberal Democrat group. Who is seconding? I saw Heather's hand go up first. Are you going to reserve your right, Heather? I am. Okay, thank you. Now, I understand, because I had a note from David Vasmer, as an amendment to... Is it? Yeah, okay, that is the next one. All right. Okay, it was a little scrap of paper with not much information on it that came late through the last box. So, okay. All right. Debate. Ruth Howell.
Councillor Ruth Houghton, Bishop's Castle. Walking remains the single biggest form of local transport, and cycling routes are increasing dramatically across the country, especially in recent years. As a regular and keen walker, albeit in a sparsely populated and very hilly rural area, I fully endorse this motion for active travel submitted by Councillor Wilson. Walking or cycling, wherever it is, rural or urban, needs to be safe for everyone, irrespective of gender, age or ability. It improves physical and mental health, reduces carbon emissions and has the potential to generate greater economic activity. Indeed, in both rural and urban areas of the county, it can positively contribute to the tourism economy, providing, of course, that routes interconnect with better pavements, cycleways and road crossings. As a rural part of the county, reliant on tourism, and with a rich heritage across the whole of Shropshire, we should embrace this and use it to build our tourism economy. Its proposals around active travel and I urge councillors to consider this positive impact it can make on their own local communities and vote in support of this motion. The people of Shropshire deserve safer routes and opportunities to walk and cycle safely. Thank you.
Okay, I can't see who that is at the front, but please speak.
Thank you, Councillor Dartnell. I wholeheartedly support this motion as a win-win or even a win-win-win opportunity for us in Shropshire. Our most urgent, most pressing need to reduce carbon emissions will only be achieved by reducing car transport and car dependency, and it is most urgent that we provide safe cycling and walking infrastructure in separate carriageways where pedestrians and cyclists are separated from traffic, which is frankly dangerous. A lot of our cycle paths in Shrewsbury, for example, are below standard in those safety terms, and I'm sure many people recognise that. But I think what's really important is this will lead us to a step change in that people who don't cycle at the moment will be happy to do so. People who don't walk will be happy to do so. And there's a difference between a cyclist in Lycra on a bike whizzing through the roads with confidence that they can avoid traffic problems, and people who just want to get on their bike to get to work wearing their normal clothes and ambling to work on a bike. The same is true of walking. Walking as a leisure activity is one thing, but actually walking to work and walking to do your shopping and things like that is not that normal a behaviour these days. And by implementing this motion, we would make a large step towards the encouragement of a behaviour change, a step change in Shropshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Julian Dean.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't actually planning to speak, but I'm just a little bit concerned that we're not seeing any hands coming up from the majority party or from the Cabinet, and I'm hoping that we're not in the situation we've been in before, where you don't say anything and then you vote it down. So let's just look at some of the detail. This proposal is to raise the proportion of our highway spending over time up to 10% on active travel. If the internal arguments inside the Conservative Party has been that we can't do things like this because we've got LTP4 coming along anyway, first of all, LTP4 is taking an enormously long period of time to emerge. But secondly, we have already in February set some principles for LTP4. We've talked about the active travel hierarchy that we have to reduce, then we have to shift, and then we have to electrify. And electrify comes third. And the reduce and the shift does rely on actually using our budgets to invest in this direction and not just to continue spending as we always have done. And the other part I think that maybe we need to draw attention to is that this is not just about towns, that walking and cycling is something that needs to be available in the villages and needs to be available to those who are trying to connect from villages to towns as well. And with the invention of the electric bicycle, that is completely realistic. Having just bought myself one, I can assure you that those mid-range journeys are now increasingly realistic in that situation. So I'm hoping that we're not just going to be seeing a silent but deadly vote, that we're actually going to hear perhaps from the majority party on this and explain whether you support this increase in spending on active travel. Thank you.
Councillor Picton.
Thank you, Julian. I totally accept what you've just said about us staying silent and then the dreaded no vote comes. The difficulty I have with this, and I'm going to be very honest with you about this and all motions today that actually ask for us to commit to spending X amounts of money on different things, is that until we have resolved the funding gap next year, it would be very remiss of me to accept any increase in funding for certain items before we resolve the funding gap for our social care. I don't think anybody in this room is against active travel at all, not in any way, shape or form. The difficulty I have, and I will use an example of sort of what Heather was saying, that I've been bombarded with social media tweets and Facebook posts, most of them not very pleasant, around an individual's request that every single school in Shropshire should have, as a priority, a segregated cycle path from the major conurbations. When I look at that, I look at it and think, where is that money coming from? You know as well as I do that we've had to find extra monies to put into our highways budget to actually maintain the roads we have, and yet you're asking us to spend an increasingly high amount. I'll argue about the figures on the active travel budget as well, but you know, I sit here as the leader along with my cabinet members trying to balance the budgets and having to make some really, really difficult decisions, and none of us here would ever say we don't want safer cycling and we don't want safer walking, but we have to have a balance as to where that money is spent. We are doing absolutely everything we can at the moment. I'm constantly badgered by Councillor Nellins. I'm constantly annoyed by Councillor Charmley because they want to spend more money on active travel. But we have to balance our budget. Those capital sums will be enormous. But we must not forget that after every capital sum comes a revenue cost. And that is my real worry. So if I will not be happy to commit to a financial figure, please don't think that any of us around in the Conservative group are against active travel. We are not. I'm also going to offer you the opportunity of working with us to look at the ways we can achieve greater active travel. Cross-party working has got to be a way forward. We've already seen that with the pedestrianisation, what an impact that can have. Please don't think that if I vote this motion down today, it's not that we don't care. It's that I have to absolutely balance the budget. I just wanted to say that, and it will be reflected in some of the other motions as well. But please don't think we're against active travel. We are absolutely not. But we have to work together to find a way of achieving it in the best possible way. And I'll open that up. I know Councillor Charmley is going to give you some facts and figures, but I will open it up to the group leaders to say, let's work together on this, because that's actually the only way we're going to get this resolved. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Parry.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak on this, but after what our leader just had to say, I'm one of the older members of this council, and I find that I do an awful lot of walking now. It helps me an awful lot. I have a 103-year-old across the road from me, and also a 98-year-old who lives just further down the road. I find that we are spending an awful lot of money on social care, and we should really be encouraging people to walk more and to bicycle and to do all sorts of things to keep their health and their bodies active. I find when I walk that I feel a lot better. I'm hoping to live to be those ages, but I don't think I will. But I must say that I did have a bad fall earlier on this year, and it has helped me to walk an awful lot more. So as a council, we should be thinking about the future. We should be thinking, if we encourage our older people to walk more and to join one of the groups that we have in Ludlow, which is Walking for the Elderly, it might not be miles and miles, but it could be just short distances. I got a lady approach me the other day who has a terrible complaint where she can hardly walk at all. Her legs are in the most terrible. But she even told me, she said, I've started walking a lot more, Mrs. Parry. So, you know, I really honestly think it would save this council the money that you're saying that you can't spend in social care, and we really should be thinking about that for the future.
Thank you. I've got Councillors Motley and Steve Charnley. Cecilia.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I must say that I absolutely agree that active travel is very important. But I just would like to point out that we are a huge and very varied county, that we have a lot of rural areas that rely heavily on agriculture, which presents its own problems, because that's one of the reasons why our lanes and our roads in rural areas tend to take a terrible beating, particularly at the moment when the harvest has just come in, and there are huge tractors and trailers zooming through the lanes, which they shouldn't be doing, loaded with grain, with potatoes, with whatever it happens to be. So I do think that this is not something that we can try and make blanket decisions over. It's one thing trying to do it in Shrewsbury, which already has a certain infrastructure which can respond well to cycle and pedestrian routes. It's quite another thing when you're trying to introduce it in very rural areas. And there is no shortage of people who are keen to be active in those rural areas. We have an awful lot of active walking groups. We are investing in we're putting more resource into our rights of way network. We are really trying very hard to help people achieve better health and well-being, particularly in the wake of the COVID pandemic. So I do think there is an element of horses for courses about this. I know that some of our market towns are very interested in getting involved in active travel, so we've got to be very careful how we allocate our resources here anyway. And against that, against the backdrop of, as the leader has said, of the need to balance our budgets. So I'm just entering a little word of caution here to say, yes, active travel is absolutely great, but actually what in a way would serve the rural areas even better than cycling and walking lanes, most of which wouldn't be appropriate, it would be actually to have a rural bus service, which is something that our transport manager is currently working on very hard as part of the Bus Back Better programme. So I think that these things need to work in combination with each other, and that's what we're working towards. Thank you.
Okay, I've got Councillors Charnley and then Councillor Juliet Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to build on the points that are made by the leader and Cecilia. All very valid points. You know, this council is responsible for Shropshire-wide policies, not just the Shrewsbury area, and that is why the LC whip is so important to us, because it adds weight to the arguments for all over the county. And this council is fully committed to agreeing to a publicly consulted and cabinet mandated LC whip, which will fund active travel for the future. We are absolutely committed to the active travel, as I think I've heard from all parties, this afternoon or this morning, whatever we are now. Active travel is the way forward, and it's definitely where we want to be in the future, but we have to do it carefully and make sure that it is suitable for the areas which we live. I think Councillor Wilson brought a really good motion, but I can't support it, and I want to outline why I can't support it. It is because the devil is in the detail of it, and I'll just give you some examples. So one of your resolutions within it is to make active travel a statutory consultee on all planning applications. If we did that, that would swamp the system. It has got to be on specific ones which are relative to active travel. The Active Travel England are going to be a consultee on all those which are relative to it. So that is irrelevant. The 10% on highways budget, you've got to take into consideration that 2/3 of our highway system within the county are C roads. We all know that everybody who drives those roads, you see the cyclists and walkers meandering through the countryside, and what a beautiful place we do live in, and what a great opportunity that is. But if we divert funds from that, we're going to have bomb craters all over the roads, and there'll be cars disappearing into them, never mind the cyclists. If you break down the highways budget, so we have £28.5 million ring fence for specific projects and activities, which we've already agreed to invest further in. The level of funding which is not ring fenced for other activities by terms of grant funding or highways maintenance, which in itself ensures that the roads are better suited to cycling and helps maintain cycling infrastructure, is only £2.2 million. And of this, £314,000 is specifically allocated to active travel measures, or 14% of the available budget. So 10% would actually be retrospective in what we're doing. But through the LC WIP funding, we can build on that again and again and increase it that way. And that's why we are keen to go down the LC WIP route. Asking for the portfolio holder to report every September, that is taken as read. I appreciate you're a new Councillor Wilson, but we do annual reports as portfolio holders, and that would be incorporated in it anyway. So increase the active travel measures by 3% of the total highways budget each year. So 4, 7 and 10% going on. As previously stated, various capital grants are made available to the council, which can often require bidding for specific projects and have the constraints within their use. So we can't commit to set percentages each year. There was one more, the LTN 120. And you've put that you want to ensure that all travel measures conform to LTN 120. There's a presumption that, and it should be noted that the LT 120 itself allows some deviation, which is important given that some of our more historic and narrow streets in the county could not currently accommodate multimodal approach that comply to LTN 120 specifications. So some of the existing projects that already have funding constraints agreed wouldn't comply, and if we take this measure today, a lot of those would disappear. So for those reasons, I can't support this motion, but I do agree with the active travel, the importance of active travel going forward, and how we do that. I think it's already been outlined. A cross-party working group might be useful. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Julia Evans, then Councillor David Vassmer. Julia.
Not working. Oh. Right. I just wanted to say, and it was to back up the health benefits. We're all talking about active travel as if this is a leisure activity. It is not. This is taking away the need to jump on a bus, to jump in a car. We can walk, we can cycle. I live in a rural village. I'd love to cycle down our road, but it's too dangerous. There are too many cars. We need to reduce traffic. The other thing I was going to say, the health benefits have been stated. One of the former chief medical officers of England stated that it was the biggest cure we have seen in modern times. We're not just talking older people, we're talking a younger generation. So this is investing in the future. We have too many overweight young children not walking to school, not cycling to school. We need this in place to invest in the future and reduce the amount of medical services needed for health conditions like asthma because of pollution and the air quality, and because they are not active enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor David Vassmer.
Thank you, Chair. These are weasel words indeed from the Conservative administration today. Right, active travel is something which your government, this is a Conservative government, proposes and promotes. It's a policy which they have said and made it quite clear, as pointed out in the motion in item 15, that local authorities who do not take active travel seriously will see their funding reduced. So let me make it clear to the current administration. If you don't actually spend more money on active travel, you're likely to see result in getting a significant reduction in your budget for highways, which will make it the commitments you have made to spending extra money over the last election pretty poor. I mean, I agree that it would be useful to have group leaders involved in this, but we are not talking here about extra money. We are talking about giving more money for active travel, recognising the importance of active travel, and what we need to do is kind of reorganise the way in which we fund highways to ensure that active travel gradually, we're not. Councillor Wilson is not producing a revolutionary proposal here saying we immediately have 10% to the high. It's only 10%. He's kind of phasing it over a number of years. And it seems to me quite ridiculous. And the points that Councillor Chalmley made about different things he didn't like in this motion, well, Councillor Chalmley, you could have put an amendment down to take out those particular points which you didn't like. The point about the cycle and walking in rural areas that Councillor Motley referred to. I mean, people do walk in rural areas. They do cycle in rural areas. Indeed, we have some very large villages where there isn't proper provision for cycling, where children can't get to school by walking on the pavements because there are no pavements. I mean, it's an issue in rural areas. It's just as much as it is in urban areas. I just feel that today, you're all sitting there saying you support active travel, but we're doing nothing to give that any sort of power, any sort of recognition within what the council does. And I think that at the end of the day, and why we're calling for a recorded vote on this, because I think the people of Shropshire ought to know that this administration talks about active travel, but has got nothing and will put no money in whatsoever.
Okay, you have requested a recorded vote on this. That requires a number of people to show their hands. I'll come back to you in a minute. I'm just making sure, Heather, that we have enough to go with it. Well, you need to hold your hands up, otherwise your hand will get counted several times, and that's actually not how it's supposed to work. Okay, I think. All right, there you go. Good, you will get your recorded vote. Okay. Councillor Heather Kidd.
Thank you.
I take it you're using your right as a reserve to seconder.
If we've come to the end of the debate, then
I think, oh no, we haven't apparently.
In which case I'll defer to whoever's speaking next.
Thank you very much. I would just like to say I welcome the comments from the leader, from Councillor Chalmley and Councillor Motley, but I would ask, as Councillor Vasmer has just said, could we not have an amendment from the Conservative group to this motion, because it's active travel is hugely important in us moving forward, and that would be a great way to show cross-party support.
Thank you. Another hands, Councillor Kidd.
If we are waiting for an amendment, it might be a good idea for me not to speak now, Vince, but if we're not waiting for an amendment, then we will begin to close the debate.
Well, I would only allow an amendment at this stage that was a couple of words long, to be honest, as opposed to something quite lengthy, because that wouldn't be fair on members. It doesn't give them time to digest the full ethos of the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, unless the amendment is, and this is off the top of my head, is something along the lines of that this council fully supports active travel and that a cross-party working group will be instigated to look into this matter further. I meant what I said earlier on. I cannot commit to funds. So if we go through this, as Steve said, a blanket thing on active travel England would mean every single planning application would have to go through that process. And if you're building an extension on your house, that's not relevant. The 10% of highways, I've already said to you, I cannot and will not commit to that. The active travel measures to conform, Steve Chalmers has again done that. If I go through all of these, the only way I can do this is to say to you, this council fully supports active travel and a cross-party working group will be set up to look at how we can work to take this forward in the future, to make some real changes. I can't offer you anything else, not at this late stage. It's entirely up to you. I want to work with you. I want us to improve active travel. Steve said that. Cecilia said that. We want to do this, but I'm not willing to commit to something that in 2024 you bang me over the head and say, you promised to increase the funding by 10%. You haven't done that. When I've sat here and said, I can't, it may be come 2024, we've increased the active travel budget by 25%. But I won't commit to something that I cannot fully hold my hand up and say, we will do it. I will not do that.
Edward, just give me a minute to decide whether we've actually got an amendment there or not. Is that a proposed amendment?
I'm happy
to propose that this is, as stands, is taken off the table, and that the amendment would be that it's taken to a cross-party working group.
That this council fully supports active travel and a cross-party
and that will
working
be seconded by Steve Chalmers. Okay, so that's now the amendment. Because it's a few words, I will allow it. As I say, ordinarily, if it was lengthy, and that doesn't appear to be, I wouldn't allow it, because it's not fair on members who've not seen it in black and white and had time to discuss and think about it. So speaking to the amendment, Councillor Towers.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, what is the amendment in words, please?
I thought you were just giving it, Roger. I thought it was
perfectly
very
clear.
obvious, Roger. Leslie, would you like to say what the amendment is? I thought I'd just said it, but obviously Roger didn't hear me, so...
I hope I'm using the same words
Right.
now. That this council fully supports active travel and that if you like, the administration will agree to a setting up of a cross-party working group to bring back a report to Cabinet and Council in the near future regarding the future of active travel. Something like that, Roger. Is that all right?
No, it can't be something like that. It must be that.
Oh, right.
Because we... All right. Okay. Councillor Towers.
Thank you. I have huge support for the sentiments that Councillor Wilson has just brought forward. Having relatives come from Sweden, they all go to work largely on bikes every day, come rain, hail or high water. But I was just going to ask Leslie, the leader, could you be time specific in coming back to the council? That would be something I'd like to add to the amendment. So by such and such, because that would be helpful. I think it isn't apparently then being kicked into the long grass.
Certainly no intention of kicking it into the long grass, Councillor Towers. Councillor Motley, when is the LC Whip stuff due to come forward, or is that a Councillor Marshall question?
It's certainly not till the autumn, and maybe later.
This autumn?
Yeah.
Okay. Within 6 months, Councillor Towers?
Okay, that's the commitment. Does anybody else wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor.
I just find that we're making grand statements and wise words, and we are gonna kick it down the road and into the long grass, and without funding, the LC Whip will be another document that sits on the shelf and gets dusty. LTP3 said all of these things, and it's sitting on the shelf getting dusty. I purposely wrote the motion to say a percentage rather than an absolute value. I didn't commit the council to a set amount of money, because I know there are financial pressures. But currently, we're spending 99% of our money not on walking and cycling. 99%. If we want there to be, as Grant Shapps has said, 50% of journeys in towns walked and cycled in 8 years' time, we cannot kick this down the road. There needs to be funding for it. We can't just write documents and go out to consultants. We have to start doing something. And currently, we saw last year that the increase in women cycling, in particular, last year during the pandemic, was I think 56%. There was only a 12% increase for men. This is a massive issue of gender equality. It cuts across every single portfolio holder. There are increases in the economy, there are increases in health, there are increases in mental well-being, in the green economy, in schools, in adult services. We cannot just keep putting this off. There has to be financial commitment to it, otherwise nothing will happen.
Thank you. I've got a councillor over there who's in the shadows behind the table. I saw a hand with a finger on it pop up. Councillor Kerr, I have seen you. You can put your arm down before it falls off.
Okay, it's Councillor Marshall, Worfield. Firstly, I think it's grossly unfair to suggest that as an administration or a council we're doing absolutely nothing. I myself sit on several committees and groups specifically with active travel. The council themselves have now appointed an active travel manager that's in post. She brings a lot of experience and is very keen to be implementing things. I also sincerely agree with the leader. It would be reckless of us financially to commit a percentage of the highways budget at this moment. But the administration and the council are working extremely hard towards active travel and the LC whip.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. And then Councillor Boddington. Remember, we are now speaking to the amendment.
Yes, I'm opposed to the amendment. I think we had some people outside the chamber today trying to remind us that we're dealing with an emergency here. 6 months doesn't sound long, but 6 months takes you beyond the next budget cycle. So if in 6 months' time you come back and decide you want to do something, you've already set the budget by then. It'll be too late to impact on the next following year's budget for 2002-2003. So it's just time marches on. And I think it's time that the council stops saying, we haven't got any money, other people do it, starts putting some figure. By all means, come back with an amendment which changes the percentage, and I would seriously consider that, but actually just don't come back with an amendment that says, we believe in it, but we're not going to fund it, because that's not grown-up politics. That's not real. That's just telling you you're just paying lip service to it.
Councillor Boddington.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is in effect a point of order, that the amendment actually negates the motion by replacing it. The Constitution is absolutely clear that you cannot negate a motion. So I think the amendment is unconstitutional.
Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was going to raise exactly the same point. I've noted the comments during this debate. I asked for clarification on the amendment because all amendments must be connected with the original motion, and I cannot see the connection between the words of the motion and this amendment, and therefore I query, and you're the Speaker, you're the Chairman of the meeting, are you accepting this as a legal amendment, because I cannot see that it is.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Leslie Pupton, who put forward as leader of the amendment, wishes to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Roger. Thank you, Andy. I get your point, in which case I'll withdraw the motion. It's a shame, because actually I do want to state publicly, and this is the best way of doing it, but I withdraw the motion. Simple as that.
Okay, the motion has been withdrawn. I think everybody's had a good opportunity to speak about Roger. Obviously.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I say that personally, and I think everybody here would welcome cross-party, but it is important that it is constitutionally further motion and amendments to it, that we stick to the Constitution. So I welcome and would hope that everybody supports the cross-party working, because it's so important to do it, but it's also important that we debate the motion and make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we are going to move to a vote on the original motion now. The amendment has been withdrawn. I would think that it is likely that there will be some debate about this afterwards. Sorry? Yeah, I know. Yeah, thanks. You've got the right of reply as seconder to the original motion. I haven't forgotten that, even though it was half an hour ago. So, okay. Claire Wild, and then I'm going to go back to the seconder.
Yeah, I wasn't going to speak on this, but I think this is overtly political from the other side of the chamber. They want their cake and eat it. You know, we are absolutely committed to active travel. We had something that the leader brought forward herself at the last minute, but they don't want that. They want something for their Focus magazine. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Okay, I think we need to be a little bit careful about treating members with respect. Okay, Councillor Kidd.
Thank you. The reason that I am committed to this motion is that actually since 2009 I have been fighting very hard for active travel within one village. The parish council has actually come up with quite a lot of money. People wanted to put more money on the council tax to actually widen pavements, put in an extra pavement, slow down the traffic and so on. I cannot get WSP or anybody to sign up to working with us. I have raised this in this council chamber so many times. What are we saying to our children if we're saying, oh, to go to school you've got to get in a car and park outside school and cause absolute chaos, which is what happens every morning in Worthing? What are we saying to a child, oh, we'll just pop down to the shop to get your sweets, but we've got to get in the car? What are we saying about them being fit, about the obesity crisis? Worthing and Brockton have a bridge with no pavement on it, so nobody can actually go to the centre of the village, well, a major part of the village, which is the pub, which does all sorts of activities for both villages. We have a school and future development in the local plan at the bottom, which the people on 30 houses at the bottom will not be able to walk to school with. So 30 extra cars, possibly, going up the road. That is active travel within a small village. Repeatedly when I've asked and we found the money to have the pavement widened, I'm told, no, we can't do that, there's a B road. Yes, we can, it would slow the traffic, but no one will sign up for to do the work that we will pay for and work with. This is one tip of an iceberg. We have a planning policy that doesn't look at active travel, which we have to look at. We have an obesity crisis. We have a fitness issue across the UK. We do need to look at these things and we need to start at them very, very quickly. I do not wish a lady in her 80s to cross the road to get onto a wider pavement and be knocked down and killed. I do not wish a parent with a toddler to have to decide whether she walks in the road or the toddler does, or someone walking their dog to do the same thing. This is totally unacceptable in this day and age, and it's happening in rural villages all over the place. I have a cyclist who wants to be able to, and does, take his life in his hands regularly to cycle from one of my villages to Telford to keep fit because he's a fireman. And there are a number of other people who want to be able to do that just to get to work. But no one would take it seriously, and the highways officer concerned actually told him he didn't believe him that he actually did that. His wife does it too. She's also works for the fire brigade. So it's time we actually took action. It's time we committed to a few things, and actually SIL money could deliver many of those things, and the amount of SIL money coming in to rural villages is too little to do much of this. But it would provide for a study, and will do, if we could ever get it off the ground. It has been promised. The place plans have not triggered it so far. So there are lots and lots of things that we can sign up to, lots and lots of things where possibly the SIL money going towards the North West Relief Road would do an awful lot for the fitness of our rural villages and also the ability of people to get to work not in a car. and it's time we concentrated our minds. I would welcome cross-party working on this because it's taken far too long to get to this point. But we need to sign up to something that is actually more definite than just a working group that might report in 6 months. I would also like to pay tribute, actually, to the countryside unit who do keep our footpaths open and work their socks off. Because I think we forget that we do some of those things, and they are overstretched and do their work really, really well under difficult circumstances. I might say they need a little more investment too. So I would like an improvement in working with WSP and with working with planning policy that doesn't cost money. But I would also like you to accept this motion because it has all the right parts to it. We just need to work our way through it so that we can deliver it.
Thank you. A couple of seconds over, but timed nicely. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to go back to the original proposer, Councillor Rob Wilson. You have the right of reply to all you've heard.
Thank you. I won't take any more time. I think we know what the motion is. I think this is not party political. I think those that know me, or you can laugh, but I've listened to the Secretary of State for Transport, I've listened to the Prime Minister, I've read the Conservative Party manifesto that came out in 2019. It is all pointing in this direction. It's not party political. People who know me well will know that that's not how I am. You can laugh, but that's not how I am. And we talked about respect earlier.
Okay.
I'll just say finally that if we want to state publicly that we're in favour of active travel, we need to put our money where our mouth is. We have to. And if people vote against it today, that's what they're doing.
Okay. Have you finished?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, it was requested a recorded vote, so I will hand over to Tim Collard. Just so that members know, after this vote, we will be going into our 15-minute recess. I will tell you the time when we finish and when we will commence again. Tim.
Thank you, Chair. So please indicate if you are for or against this motion when I call out your name. Aldcroft.
Against.
Anderson.
Against.
Bagnall.
For.
Bardsley.
Against.
Barrow. Biggins.
Against.
Boddington.
For.
Broomall.
Against.
Buckley.
For.
Burchett.
Against.
Butler.
Against.
Carroll.
Against.
Charmley.
Against.
Clark.
For.
Dakin.
Against.
Dartnell. I think Steve Davenport's not in. Mary Davis. Dean. Elner. David Evans.
Abstain.
Julia Evans. Roger Evans. Gill.
Against.
Gittings. Green. Halliday. Harris.
Against.
Hartin.
For.
Hignett.
Against.
Houghton. I think the Huffers are not here. Hunt.
Against.
Hurst Knight. Isherwood.
For.
Mark Jones.
Against.
Simon Jones.
Against.
Kerr.
For.
Kidd. Lee. Luff. Lumby.
Against.
Lynch.
Against.
Macy.
Against.
Marshall,
Against.
Morris,
Against.
Pam Mosley, Alan Mosley,
For.
Motley, Mullock, Nellings,
Against.
Hardy,
For.
Parry,
For.
Parsons,
For.
Picton, Potter, Price,
Against.
Thomas, Tyndall,
Abstain.
Towers,
Abstain.
Vasma,
For.
Wagner,
For.
Wild,
Against.
Williams,
Against.
Wilson
For.
and Wynne.
Against.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's 23 for, 37 against and 4 abstentions, so that motion is not carried. Okay, it is exactly 12:10. We are going to break for 15 minutes. I will recommence the meeting at exactly 12:25. Thank you, councillors.
He lives in Rhodes. I've never met him. He's only here. He called me on.
Okay, councillors, it is now 25 past. If you'd like to return to your seats, I will be grateful because we will be starting. Councillor Barrow, if you wouldn't mind, I wish to start the meeting. Sorry. Well, I told them what time we were starting, so we're now 2 minutes over that. I will give another 30 seconds, and that's it. That's not my fault.
It's not your fault.
No, everything else is today. Members could take their seats as quickly as possible. I would like to get underway. It is being live streamed and I'm sure the public don't want to watch us wandering around. Okay, we will get going then with the next motion. The following motion has been received from Councillor Alex Wagner and is supported by the Liberal Democrat group. It's with regard to the Shrewsbury Horseshoe bus route. Councillor Wagner.
Thanks very much, Chair. And since this was proposed, which was just before the Shrewsbury Town Council meeting on the 13th, it has undergone some pretty good debate at the Town Council, and we've actually made some amendments. I know that a friendly amendment has been put in by Councillor Mosley, which I'll be accepting. That said, the Shrewsbury Horseshoe bus route, or a peripheral bus route for Shrewsbury, it really began with Councillor Bentinck, who can't be here today, so I do hope that I do his idea justice. He was in discussions with some of his residents in Meal, which is a suburban part of town, of course, and as many of us, like myself, who are councillors on, perhaps the outskirts of town, we are acutely aware that actually bus services from, for example, Gaynes Park or Meal into Shrewsbury Town Centre and into the bus depot aren't that poor, though there are improvements to make. There are actual real issues with just getting around the periphery of Shrewsbury, which is, if you look at the local plan and if you look at developments which are going ahead at the moment, where the growth is. This issue, as we get more and more houses and as more and more people are tucked into Meal and the Priory on the west and south of town, is only going to develop. The route which Councillor Bentinck proposed and was debated took the form of a horseshoe going from Bicton around the southern suburbs of town and up towards the Sundawn Sports Village and out to Horman Hill. We think as a group, and I know that Councillor Bentinck thought, which is part of why he went out to the community to gain support from Shrewsbury Town FC, the Bus Users Shropshire Group and the Zero Carbon Shropshire Group, that one of the key bus services lacking in Shrewsbury is a peripheral one. The idea which was put to Shrewsbury Town Council surrounding a horseshoe, as I said, faced debate. We are no longer going to be proposing that as the explicit form of the motion, but what we would like to get backing for is something which receives support from all parties, Conservative, Labour, Liberal Democrat and Green at Shrewsbury Town Council on the 13th of September, which is that support for a peripheral bus route has to be a vital part of the bus service improvement plan. Ward by ward, there are routes which just don't link up the town. I'm always amazed at wards on the outskirts like Bowbrook and Radbrook, where there aren't even really bus links to the main schools. Increasingly important community infrastructure like Sundawn Sports Village. the very hall in which we were all elected, the hall in which I got my COVID jab, doesn't have a particularly good route from the suburbs. I know there are cases across the wards, Underdale Abbey, Monkmore, and various bits of Shrewsbury, where actually quite sensible, I would actually imagine, possibly commercially viable routes for a firm to put them into practice, aren't being catered for, and as a result, more people are getting in their cars and our roads are more clogged, as well as, of course, all the degradation to the road surfaces. This should change. We have just heard a passionate debate on active travel just before the break. Part of the wider transport project has to be making our bus services work in Shrewsbury, and as I say, as the area gets more ballooning, frankly, on the outskirts, we really do need this provision to be there. So what we're proposing today is support from the council for the creation of a peripheral bus route around town, which connects parts of Shrewsbury which are currently not connected, and that could play an integral role in being included in the bus service improvement plan. I'm sure that more of this can be touched on in the amendment proposed by Councillor Mosley, but I wanted to be clear that what we're really looking for is a real statement of intent from Shropshire Council and an understanding that actually services in Shrewsbury can't just be the spokes of a wheel, they have to have the outside, and at the moment we are sorely lacking that, and it would be a notable improvement to people's mobility around town of all ages, especially at peak times. I'm thinking schools and getting home from work and going to the hospital for work or even appointments, that this is set out as a clear ambition. So I'd like to commend this motion, and I'd also like to accept one of the friendly amendments to it.
Okay, thank you. And who's formally seconding it?
I'm formally seconding it, Chair, and also withdrawing the amendment I submitted in favour of the
Withdrawn.
The Labour in favour of the Labour amendment, which I think is coming.
All right. I believe that there is another amendment that has been tabled, which you did say that you were going to take on board. Are you content for us to move on if they've said that they were going to take this on board, Alan?
If you're referring to the email I sent at 11:03, that I did hear pinging around me at the time, and so I presume more people have got hold of it. Just very, very briefly, because I would hope there's unanimity on this. But I also want to just to emphasise that this isn't Shrewsbury-centric or an example of that mentality. This sort of principles can, I think, be appropriate for other significant market towns, but also it doesn't leave out the concern about rural areas, because I no doubt that will be very important within the BSIP, the Bus Service Investment Plan. But it does take out the specific scheme that's been proposed for a variety of reasons that I'm not going to go into now, and was discussed quite thoroughly at the Shrewsbury Town Council. And I do hope that the portfolio holder takes it very seriously, and the officers take this very seriously. It is something that's been called for many, many years, and not been supported by any change in the programmes. I also hope it will link up with the proposed changes within Shrewsbury for the park and ride service. And I do concur with what Alex has just said about we have heard about active travel. However, given the age of our population, and I can contemplate reaching this stage myself, we will obviously be reliant on public transport rather than active travel, although people will be told one can maintain active travel to extended years of age, I'm sure. But public transport needs to be looked at very seriously, and something that satisfies and meets the needs of residents rather than meets the needs of town planners to some extent, and more emphasis on that. And peripheral service which around and within the core of Shrewsbury and elsewhere is something that's necessary.
Okay. Thank you, Alan. Do you want to just pop your mic off if you're finished? Alan?
Sorry.
Thank you. That's all right. Okay. Now, obviously, it has been accepted that that will be taken into the motion. So I don't think we need to really do anything else. Thank you, Councillor Mosley, for talking about why you want it in there. So it is the original motion that we're now going to debate with Alan Mosley's piece put into it. Okay? So.
Well, in fairness, Mr. Speaker, are people fully aware of it, that it deletes the original motion, all but the first two words?
All right, but they're happy to take it on board.
Yeah, okay.
So inserts into the original motion. Do we need to vote on it? Sorry? Go on then. We'll get Tim to read it out and then we're all on the same page.
So if I've understood it correctly, the new motion, which has been accepted by the original proposer, is to support the detailed consideration of the introduction of a peripheral and cross-town services in and around Shrewsbury, and calls for a report prior to proposals being included in the BSIP. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody happy with that? Okay. Open to debate. Councillor Motley.
Thank you, Chairman. Which I don't know why I'm standing up, but at least I can see you now. I think we're happy to accept this. We weren't at all happy with the original horseshoe route because we really felt that it was going to be it wasn't really going to do the trick at the end of the day. And I think Alan Mosley's motion gives us a much better solution here. But I would just like to inform members that there's a huge amount of work going on by our transport manager at the moment, putting together an enhanced public bus service, which is going to encompass the whole county and not just the major towns. And I think it's important that rural members also know that they're not going to be left out of this. Numerous partners are engaged in an enhanced partnership arrangement with operators, which has already been entered into. I don't know if you were aware that there was a very successful public consultation on what people felt they wanted from the bus services. And this actually attracted more responses than any previous survey, I think, that practically that's ever been done in Shropshire. So that's excellent. It means we have a very good cross-section of opinions and needs which can be picked up by the transport manager as he puts this submission together. And we have got a bid going to central government which will be finalised before it goes in October. And the key elements of this bid were debated earlier this month. I think it was community's overview scrutiny, and I believe they were well received. So some members will already have some knowledge of what the future shape of bus services is going to look like. So therefore, as well as the ideas for peripheral routes in Shrewsbury, we're coming up with a much wider structural reform, and we're seeking to obtain additional funds from the DFT. And actually, at the moment, the DFT are working very closely with us. They're very keen to see us develop plans, not least because we are such a large rural county and such a varied county. We have a lot of towns of different sizes rather than one great big central point. But I think the other good thing about this is that whilst Shrewsbury is obviously an integral part of this, because it has, not only is it our county town, but also it's taken in a lot of housing. It's very important that we actually gear up the rest of our towns and indeed our rural routes so that we can bring a decent bus service to them, which they haven't had for a very long time. So, as I say, as portfolio holder, I welcome Alan's amendment to this. And I do think that if we can all work together on this, I think, and give our transport manager a fair wind, I think he will come up with some very good ideas for this. which are developing all the time. And actually I'm pleased to see that Alan hasn't tried to be too specific in his suggestions. A peripheral bus route is a good way of describing it, but it wouldn't be very helpful to try and name all the stops on the way. So, as I say, I'm happy to support this.
Okay, looking for hands. Okay, I will move to the seconder then, who reserved their right. Councillor Vasma.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, just welcome Councillor Celia Mottley's response there, and I look forward to hearing more and working to develop some new bus routes.
Thank you, Councillor Wagner.
Yeah, I don't have any particular further comments to add. Just that I think that if the council is aware of the difficulty in getting around Shrewsbury, not just getting to the centre of it, then we have raised sufficient awareness of it. And I'm, as I say, I think that we submitted this motion before a town council meeting, that we expected some of the more specifics and what we wanted to put together to be debated. So I'm glad that we managed to come to a cross-party arrangement on the back of some good scrutiny there.
Thank you. Okay. So, all those in favour of supporting the motion as amended, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Move on to the fourth motion, which has been received from Councillors Roy Allcroft and is supported by Councillors David Evans, Kirsty Hurst-Knight and Councillor John Price. Closure of ambulance stations. Councillor Allcroft.
Yes, Chairman. You'll see the proposal before you on the sheets, so I won't go through that in detail. As somebody mentioned earlier today, this is the largest inland county in England from one end to the other, and ambulances from all over West Midlands travel the length and breadth of Shropshire as well as the West Midlands. There are only two hubs, one at Shrewsbury and one at Telford, which provide supplies, refreshments and welfare facilities. Crews are rarely able to return to these bases for breaks or replenishment because they're being utilised elsewhere within the West Midland area. The 4 community ambulance stations, which the Chief Officer suggests that we close, are strategically placed near arterial routes, the 49, the 53 and so forth. And that allows them, or allows crews to make use of the facilities at those community ambulance stations as they're passing by, basically, and that's from any hospital. For instance, in Market Drayton we have regularly ambulances going to and fro to Stoke, and in some cases to other hospitals further north. And likewise with Craven Arms going down into Worcestershire, Ludlow going down into Worcestershire and so forth. And those vehicles coming back could actually stand by in these community stations for a short while, take a break and saves them going back to Telford or Shrewsbury. It also provides what we call rolling cover. So you could have a West Midlands crew sat at Craven Arms. They don't need to know the area, they've got maps and all the rest of it. And they've got the ability to respond anywhere then, but within that area. So the cover comes from all over. So it is quite important, I think, to have these community ambulance stations kept open, basically so the crews can get their welfare facilities. Secondly, in bad weather, snow and ice and flooding, we've got outposts on the periphery of the county that we can rely on getting ambulances from. So the other thing, the key thing that the chief officer is saying is that he's trying to save money. Well, one of the key operational issues that's facing him at the moment is the turnaround time at the major hospitals in the area. Ambulances are being held for anything up to 6 or 7 hours in some cases. And that is the issue, really, that wants sorting out. Keep these 4 stations operational. I think it'll pay off. It increases the poor weather resilience and keeps the additional welfare facilities. And we need to be encouraging the ambulance trust to resolve the handover problems at hospitals. That will improve the service. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I have 3 names here. Who is it officially seconded by? Thank you, David. All right, you reserving your right? Okay. Julia.
Thank you. If I could speak in favour of this motion, not just in terms of welfare for the staff. When we say welfare breaks, we mean for them to leave the vehicle to access a separate building for use of the toilet or if they need to change clothes. And it's important for them to get out of the vehicle, not just for fresh air, but for their mental health, because it could be the case that somebody's had a heart attack or defecated or even passed away in the vehicle. So it's important they're not expected to sit in the same vehicle and eat a sandwich. So the welfare is really important. But if I can just draw your attention to point D, which is the idea of rolling cover. In other words, where these points are will have increased cover. The reverse is obviously also true. If these are closed, then those ambulances will be only resting in Telford and Shrewsbury. And because the West Midland Ambulance Service KPI goes across the whole region, they're measured on how many responses they do, sub 8 minutes and over 8 minutes. So if you're waiting in Telford, what they will do is clock lots of urban visits in order to get those numbers down. So we can't have the service for the entire region just measured or have their stats increased by clocking more urban visits. We need to ensure that they have enough time in the rural areas so that they are, just as it was spoken, that they can strategically respond. So I absolutely support this, and I hope that they listen to the response that we send in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order, Chair. I think there's an amendment, isn't there?
There is. Thank you. I was just about to go to that, Councillor. If you hadn't interrupted, she'd have been speaking sooner. There is an amendment put forward. I had thought that maybe the council would have put their hand up, but the amendment is from Julia Evans. Julia?
Thank you. I put the amendment in just to basically address the issue that has just been spoken about, is the turnaround time. Dr. Anthony Marsh would look at this and just bounce it back and say, well, the reasons that the ambulance crews are not getting back to the stations is because they are waiting outside our 2 hospitals in Shropshire, Telford and Wrekin, so SATH as a group. We regularly see 17 ambulances waiting outside RSH, statistically, we've got 1 or more hours. Actually, they're waiting 4 or more hours. So that means crews on a 12-hour shift see anything between 2, 4, 5 patients. West Midlands Ambulance Service has seen an increase by over 2,000 calls recently. So that's putting up their amount of calls by over a third. So all the pressures on the ambulance service, the crews never get back to the stations. The stations haven't been kept up and they're actually rented. They're not owned. So what I would like to see is not only to ask Dr. Anthony Marsh not to close these stations, but also to address the problems outside our 2 emergency departments. That's why I'm proposing the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And is that proposal seconded? Heather Kidd. And you're reserving your right, Heather? Okay. So we will take the proposed amendment first. I did have Roger, Heather and Ruth, are you speaking to the main, or do you wish your names to slip over to the proposed amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm willing to speak to the amendment. The issues are exactly the same, and I'll take it up now rather than do it later with your agreement.
Off you go, Roger.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I represent the London division, and it is very near the London depot. Very often, this road is busy, very busy, due to the 2 schools and the public transport associated with them. I note and understand, and I would be grateful for some clarification, but when the West Midlands Ambulance started to use their ambulance depot as a dispatch point, they did not have planning permission for it. I'm not sure if they have at present. If they have, I've missed it. But I would like to be assured that they have planning permission to carry this out. In the past, I was a non-executive director of the West Midlands Ambulance. I noted and objected to the practice at that time that at certain times in the month, if it looked likely that the West Midlands Ambulance was not going to satisfy the overall target times for the different responses, they were dispatched into the Wolverhampton and Birmingham area, the urban areas, as was just noted, and it enabled the statistics to be improved. But, and I repeat, but, it meant that the response times in rural areas got worse. As I departed the West Midlands Ambulance, and it went under a reorganisation, and Dr. Marsh came in to do it, we were agreeing to have a dispatch depot moved from Abbey Forget, where it was, and going to the business park adjacent to M Street, and to use that as the dispatch point in place of the one I've just spoken about, which would give it immediate access to the A5, A49, the Much Wenlock Road, much, much better than the present time. To come back, the years march on, but it is apparent from those who are now involved in West Midlands Ambulance that the practice that I objected to, it still goes on. We need ambulances in all areas of our large rural county, and as the motion states, these sites should be adjacent to main highways. Lastly, I refer back to a speech earlier on, and I repeat again, we are the largest inland county, and the traffic around the London depot area is bad. It's atrocious. You can't get through at times. We have new estates built there. It is dangerous with children going around, and we have ambulances proposed that they go through that with bells ringing, klaxons sounding all the way through. It is not suitable. It should have better access to main roads. If the ambulance station was moved to somewhere like M Street Business Park, I could see an argument then, but then you've still got the remote rural areas which need an ambulance at certain times of the day, and they need them urgently. Anything to hold an ambulance up is not to be recommended, and therefore I would fully support both the amendment and the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I've got councillors Ruth Houghton and then Dean Carroll. Heather, I'll bring you back at the end as you seconded. Councillor Houghton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My comments relate to both the amendment and the original motion equally, and they're slightly different from those already made regarding response times, which are absolutely critical for rural areas, and the welfare of staff. But I'd like to draw members' attention to the fact that these sites are actually as part of the public realm. They're in public ownership, and should a decision be made to close these sites by the West Midlands Ambulance Service, I sincerely hope they don't, but should they make that decision, I would ask that we consider that those sites be considered for public use, further public use, and particularly for the provision of affordable housing, which all of us in all our areas need desperately, and no more so than in the south of the county.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Chair.
I agree with pretty much everything that's been said. However, I do have a couple of concerns, a couple of issues with the amendment. Now, most of the amendment is fine because it's just taking, pretty much just rewording what was said in the original motion. But what I do take issue with is I do not think it's helpful for us to be attacking the senior leadership team of SAF when there is a relatively new executive team in place there that are urgently trying to get on top of these problems, including the delayed transfers for ambulances at A&E at both the Royal Shrewsbury Hospital and the Princess Royal Hospital. So everybody who I have worked with on scrutiny committees, through working groups and other committees and outside boards, knows that we as a council are regularly engaging with SAF, that's the Shrewsbury and Telford Hospitals Trust, to get action to address these problems. But it's not unique to Shrewsbury and Telford. I'm sure we've all probably seen at various points on the news queues of ambulances at various hospitals around the country when they're under pressure, and that's not something we want to see anywhere. But I don't think it's helpful at this stage for us to be going out and attacking SAF, who are a partner who we're trying to work very closely with. As I've said, most of the rest of the amendment is just rewording what was in the original motion, and I don't have a problem with that, but I do take serious issue with us attacking the management of SAF on that point.
Okay, Councillor Julian Dean.
Thank you very much. Taking on precisely that point, I think that members need to be absolutely clear that whilst yes we want to defend these ambulance stations, actually the reason that the service is so poor for our constituents and for our residents is because the hospital is failing in its duty to get those patients out of hospitals, out of ambulances and into the hospitals. And of course we should be criticising the senior management of SAF on that basis, because we have to stand up for our residents. The motion is specifically asking for them to come to the joint HOSC with a strategy, with some answers about how they're going to help to overcome this. And we should recognise that the background to that is that there are many criticisms of them historically, that they have been failing in many areas, and I don't think we should be pulling our punches when we are just standing by our residents. That's our priority, not being nice to new senior managers. And I do think that the motion is absolutely right to put some pressure on there and to make it clear, actually, that the main failure here is not ambulance drivers, it's not even the ambulance service, it is unfortunately our local hospital service.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce Barrow, and apologies Joyce, not only have you got a stage and a table, but you've also got a chair and table legs, so I didn't see you. Councillor Barrow.
Thank you very much, Chair. Forgive me for being a bit Oswestry orientated on what I want to say. I do support the motion totally, and I think all the ambulance stations should stay open. But I just want to make a remark about Oswestry. Over the last few years, it's seen the closure of Oswestry and District Hospital, the closure of the accident and emergency at the Orthopaedic Hospital, the closure of the previous ambulance station in the town, the closing of the previous maternity unit at the Orthopaedic, and then the rented space which it now occupies is always under threat. The number of people in Oswestry and the surrounding area has increased greatly. The demand is greater on ambulance services. Oswestry has been treated, in my opinion, extremely badly. There is a real need to have ambulances stationed in the town to save lives. A few minutes delay in ambulances arriving at a scene will cost lives, and I therefore support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. You're supporting the amendment or the original motion?
Sorry, the original.
Because
I thought we were
discussing
talking
the
to the
amendment at the
original.
moment.
I apologise.
Okay, I've got Councillor and Leader Leslie Picton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not in favour of the amendment for a couple of reasons. Let me begin again. No, it's working now. I'm a bit worried that we're going to run out of time. If I can give Julia any comfort, the situation with the ambulances is actually on the agenda already for the HOSC meeting, because we are aware of how serious an issue that is. I have had a conversation with the West Midlands Ambulance Service, and I think if we give them an opportunity to blame the SAF, they will blame SAF, and they won't actually listen to us about the closure of the ambulance stations, which is a slightly different matter. So all I would say is that I think it's important that we get this letter written as soon as possible. Roger, I take your point actually about Longdon Road. I think that's a point that we could bring into that, although maybe that's a separate letter. But I'm quite happy to, if the motion goes through, I'm quite happy to share the letter I'm planning to send with group leaders so that we can make it a joint letter from all parties. I haven't got a problem with that.
Okay. Now I've got Councillor Allcroft, who did propose the original, but as we are speaking to the amendment, Councillor Allcroft.
Yes, well, I welcome some of the issues that have come up in the amendment. I feel that the amendment addresses other issues than what this particular motion is intending to address. It's fairly wide-ranging in its subject matter, and I just feel that I believe the substantive motion proposed by myself and the representatives from the communities affected is succinct. It's direct onto the subject, which is the closure of these stations and the issues surrounding operational problems with hospitals. So I would not be in favour of voting for the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, I've got no more hands, so I'm going to bring back Councillor Heather Kidd, who seconded and reserved her right. Heather.
The reason I wanted to take part in an amendment is that actually the welfare issues are the things that I have raised consistently, and also the reason that it's going to joint HOSC is that I was contacted by a paramedic about this early on, and contacted both Scrutiny and the chair of Scrutiny so that this was built into the joint HOSC programme early on. We have had a long history with the ambulance service of them coming and telling us that actually everything was wonderful, and it is definitely not. The closure of these ambulance stations in effect have already happened. The letters were posted in them at the time I got that original text, which was long before it was in the public domain. Furthermore, the ambulance station in Craven Arms is now nearly derelict, and all the signs have been removed from it. And one of the reasons that the ambulance service gave for not bringing it to Scrutiny was, well, it's not going to make any difference to the service level. That is because the service level is poor. For those of us in the southwest, we usually have to wait over an hour for an ambulance. This is unacceptable. We have done this time and time again in Scrutiny. They haven't been for a long time. We used to get postcode breakdowns, and when it goes to joint HOSC this time, we are requesting those postcode breakdowns. We are also requesting to look at the welfare issues around those crews. I have a number of past paramedics and paramedics in my division, and the one who contacted me was with outside my division, who actually have to go to the toilet as best they can. They are not allowed into the Royal Shrewsbury Hospital to use the toilets there. It's called COVID. This is totally unacceptable. It is a public health issue, and if you're a female member of the crew, it is definitely unacceptable. If we want to keep these really good, highly professional, dedicated staff, we have to give them good working conditions. I shouldn't be seeing paramedics going to work in Powys because they get looked after better. I shouldn't be seeing paramedics going to work in other hospitals because actually they are looked after better. They have long and very good training, and they are second to none. And when there was a accident in my village recently, they were absolutely superb. But it was me providing them with tea. I gather that actually the boss of the ambulance service has provided them with flasks so that they can have their breaks in their ambulances. This is not acceptable, this is not good working practice, and it is not the way we should be treating these very professional people. So, for me, the parts of the amendment that are explicit around this are absolutely essential, because nobody else has looked at the way they work. Nobody has looked at actually the service delivery for Shropshire, because even places in Shrewsbury can wait a long period of time for an ambulance to turn up. So scrutiny will be doing this, but it's time Council actually drew a line with Dr. Anthony Marsh and the ambulance service, and does not allow him to blame all of this onto SATH. There are issues with SATH, but both sides have got to talk to one another to sort it out. And I don't care whether it's happening across the UK, it shouldn't be, and what we need to be interested in is making sure it's sorted out here and now. So, we need to look after our residents, people who need urgent ambulances, and we shouldn't be relying on the air ambulance, which is often what happens. So, please support the amendment because it's much more explicit. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to Julia. Councillor Evans. You'd like to sum up on what you've heard? And
Yes, just to say that I actually live with a paramedic, so I get first hand and every day, every shift. One of the issues that is breaking morale is not just the toileting issue and the break issue. It's long shifts being overrun by 1, 2, 3 hours. They could be in Gloucestershire, they could be in Warwickshire. It's getting these crews back into county. I used to work in A&E, and I remember Shropshire Ambulance Service having a fantastic turnaround time and response time, and they held up the rest of the West Midlands when they were taken over. This goes down because these crews have to go out for tertiary hospitals, so optimal treatment plans to Stoke, to Wolverhampton, but those crews are then not returned to county. They need to be able to come back. The crews from Oswestry, from Craven Arms, they just get responded wherever throughout their shift. But the main problem is sitting outside A&E. As an ambulance crew, you don't sign up to sit outside an A&E. You want to help your patient. You don't want to sit there watching your patient deteriorate and hoping that they're going to survive that wait. And if you look statistically, Shrewsbury and Telford in the whole of the West Midlands, along with Worcester and I can't remember, there was one other A&E, constantly hit longer waiting times. So yes, we're seeing it nationally, but we're seeing it far worse here. So I wanted to address the fact that they are waiting outside SATH as well as the closures, because it is part of the same problem. Thank you.
thank you. Okay. So we are now voting on the amendment. Will all those who wish to support the amendment please show? Okay. All those against the amendment please show. Okay, it is clearly supported, but I will just ask, because this is quite a big topic, is there anybody who wishes to abstain? No. Okay. Well, there were. Where are we? So there were 24 for it and 35 against. So that has fallen. We will go back to the original amendment. Okay, David, you second it. I can't see another hand, so I'll come. Okay, Councillor Kidd. David, you'll have to wait for a minute.
Okay.
Sorry.
I would ask that when this, as I presume it will be passed, that actually we strengthen the letter with some of the issues that have been raised in here, because those are vitally important, and I am really, really concerned about us keeping a very professional and well looked after workforce.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Kidd on that point. I think the problem with the amendment was it was effectively 2 amendments, when actually I think everybody's quite supportive of the points Councillor Kidd was making. So I would encourage that we would include those comments that Councillor Kidd has made into any letter that we send, either from the leader or from all group leaders.
Good. Thank you. Councillor Evans. You seconded, you reserved your right.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm appalled at these ambulance services when they close these stations. Craven Arms is a station that covers a rural area. We cover it as far as Knighton, which is in part of it is in Shropshire. We cover the other side of Clan, Lambert, Waterdine, and we cover all the rural areas from Craven Arms. And it's not just the ambulance service we're going to lose the paramedics. And the paramedics can't travel from Telford or Shrewsbury down to Craven Arms in 8 minutes. And I know my brother had a heart attack a few weeks ago. Hour and a half we waited for an ambulance, and I was sat with him, and I thought he was going to die. And when he come to the put, we had 2 ambulances turn up. And I think they need to get their act together and run the service better. I myself had an ambulance wanted early hours of the morning. The paramedic turned up, waited for the ambulance to come from Shrewsbury, and the chap to come to me, the paramedic, he said, I've got to go to Shrewsbury now and pick up some diamorphine because I've used the last one in my case. The ambulance came, they could have brought that with them to hand over to the paramedic, going up the Church Stretton bypass. The ambulance crew said, there's the cover going for Chris, will he come to Shrewsbury for some diamorphine? Surely, common sense would say, send it down with the ambulance driver and hand it over to the paramedic, then the ambulance could be used on another journey. This is diabolical, the way they're doing this. The paramedics, it only came out as a whisper, and I picked it up, and to think we're going to lose them from Craven Arms, which covers a vast area, because from Craven Arms to the other side Clan, you cannot do in 8 minutes. Also, it's an accident waiting to happen, a serious accident waiting to happen, with ambulances thundering down the A49. There's going to be such a pile up one of these days, and there's going to be patients in the back of that ambulance. It's not the best of roads, and it needs addressing, and Craven Arms ambulance station needs to be kept. They sold the ambulance station off originally when they closed it the first time to Jessop's. Jessop's built a lot of affordable housing for Wrekin Housing, and in the deal they were to do up the ambulance station to move the ambulance people back into it, and that's what they did. And now the ambulance station is leased from Jessop's to the ambulance service. But to think they want to close Craven Arms and these other ambulance stations in rural areas is diabolical. And the repair bill on ambulances must be horrendous, because you cannot keep thrashing vehicles down the A49 or anywhere else. I run transport myself, I know what it costs for repairs, and to just be thrashing these ambulances all the time, it's a risk to the drivers, it's a risk to the patients, and it's a risk for the people that live in the rural areas that haven't got a service. And I think we should be sending a strong letter to the West Midlands Ambulance Service to say these places need to be retained. I've heard 2 cases in the last couple of weeks where people have wanted an ambulance. The ambulances come from Hereford to Craven Arms, and they said, sorry, we cannot take you to Shrewsbury Hospital or anywhere because we're from Hereford. Now what sort of service is that? And those are 2 people that had heart attacks. And that's very comforting, isn't it, to say, we've got an ambulance on your doorstep, but we can't take you to the hospital because we're from Hereford. And the night as the ambulance came to me, brother came from Bridge North, and the only reason it came from Bridge North, because they were going to take him to Wolverhampton, and the girl said, that'll be me done when I get back to Brisnorth. What a service. And losing all this, and losing our paramedics, which are key more than the ambulance. If somebody had been on to that, you want a paramedic there and then. And while you're waiting for that ambulance to arrive. And I think these ambulance stations should be kept open, and common sense needs to prevail here. And it's not going to be saving money, it's going to cost them money if they close these ambulance stations, because they're travelling and everything else. And one day, as I say, there's going to be a serious accident at A49, and it's going to be an ambulance with patients. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Aldcroft, you're the original proposer.
Yes, I think the discussion has gone far enough now, and I think we ought to go to the vote, Chair.
Thank you. Well, we will move to the vote then. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? One abstention. Thank you. We will move on to the next motion, which has been received from Councillor Nat Green and supported by the Liberal Democrat group. It's a motion to support the Blue Badge Friendly Shrewsbury Town Centre pedestrianisation. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm not sure if members are aware, but while we've been sitting, a press release has come out saying second trial of Shrewsbury Town Centre pedestrianisation may begin soon. Well, this raises a number of points. Firstly, the government by press release is a rather unpleasant development trickling down from central government. Not only is it bad for democracy, but also it seems as though it's disrespectful of this council and its councillors. You would have thought that this information might have been presented to council beforehand, so that councillors could have a full discussion on the matter. And the second question that it raises is, why was the first trial stopped in the first place? And we're only going to be talking a matter of weeks. This trial could have continued. If there were things that could have been changed, they could have been changed. We made changes in previous months, weeks, when we had lockdown. We tinkered with timings. If we wanted to change matters to do with blue badge holders, we could have done that. So why has it been changed? So while I fully agree with this, but I do note that it says may begin soon, so I'm a little concerned about that. What I really want to know is, and why I think this motion should continue, is that I want this to happen now, not may happen, but want to happen. And I also notice, if you like, a more particular point. Reading through this, I see no mention of Castle Street. Now, I know there were some traders who found it difficult, but also there were a lot of pedestrians and cyclists who found that the restrictions along Castle Street were a major benefit to them to allow them access into the town. So, I won't say much more because I think the motion pretty much says what it does. But I would propose this motion and hope that it is implemented as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand that's being seconded by Councillor Vasma. Is that correct?
Chair, I'd like to say it's Councillor Davis who will be seconding this one.
Okay. Councillor Davis.
And I'd like to reserve my right to speak.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Julian Dean.
Thank you very much. First of all, just to welcome the fact that we had a leaders' meeting yesterday on this issue, although I still agree that it was probably premature to be sending a press release before we actually debate it today. That does seem a bit unfair to members here. But I would just I would just really promote the idea that we get the consultation right this time. So I spent a good 10 minutes drinking a cup of coffee with one of your former colleagues who runs a cafe in town, and it was clear from that the consultation, especially with those businesses which are not in the bid, was not great. That the consultation with bus users and even with pedestrians in the town was not great, And I think we could do a much better job. So we have the centre in Pride Hill where we could be, running stalls for people to come in and comment and make suggestions. We're running a bit of a consultation over in my part of town around a Liverpool neighbourhood scheme, which is coming out next month, and we're going to be doing walkabouts, and we're going to be sitting in a pub for a couple of hours for people to come and chat to us. So let's have a bit of an imaginative consultation. We know that the town basically is in favour of pedestrianisation of the town centre, but that it has to be done correctly. Now's an opportunity to listen to a wider range of views and to really consult effectively. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Picton.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Councillor Green, I absolutely agree with you. This is an excellent idea. So excellent, in fact, that the text of your motion is exactly what was agreed between the BID and the Conservative group of councillors that met with them at the beginning of the week before last, which is why I was a bit surprised that this suddenly appeared as a motion. However, taking on board Councillor Dean's point, I totally agree with that as well. We absolutely do need to get the consultation right on this. There is no simple answers to this, so it's important that we all work together. Those cross-party working groups will continue to make sure that we get the very best of this situation that we can. I think the other thing that it says very clearly to me is that this is just the start of this. So issues around Castle Street, issues around what I call Princess Street, I think, which is the one that runs along the bottom of the square, and other areas of the town. And we can't forget about, we also promised to look at a low traffic neighbourhood scheme for town walls. That needs some very, very careful thought. So, the working group is the perfect place to thrash that out, to make sure that we're taking on board as many people's comments as possible. So, thanks, Councillor Dean, for putting the motion as to what had already been agreed. But, I take your point. Thank you.
Councillor Mosley.
I'm sure everybody's pleased that the situation has been redeemed, but we ought to recognise that the situation was totally chaotic at the time when there was a purely Shropshire Council decision to something that a number of stakeholders have been working on, and that is traffic in the town centre. It was very disappointing for the BID that they had not been consulted on the removal of the traffic regulations, and certainly disappointing on Shrewsbury Town Council, who had been involved in the recovery and the previous discussions on it. It's also an indication of some indecision and uncertainty. At the same time as this withdrawal of the traffic restrictions was announced unilaterally, then there was this, are we going to close a lane of traffic outside the station, which was announced that we were, and then it was denied and that was withdrawn. There has to be a comprehensive, structured and realistic plan for traffic in the town centre. I hope at some stage the Big Town Plan Board is consulted, because we had aspirations to update the movement strategy that was within the Big Town Plan that was clearly inadequate, was not comprehensive enough. And also other words have been spoken about consultants being appointed by Shrewsbury, by Shropshire Council. So we need some clarity on this. There's tinkering around at the edges, and at some stage there needs to be a really concerted effort and a plan for the whole of the town. And not just Shrewsbury. I understand in other market towns throughout the county it is the same proposition. Various areas have realised that pedestrian-friendly, pedestrian-free attractions are very beneficial and want it to continue, but to be done properly and to be done in a planned way. I'm glad you had meetings with BID the other day. I'm glad you called in the group leaders to go through it, but you haven't yet, as Julian has explained, involved the wider public and wider businesses in this consultation. However, you did give your assurances yesterday that you would learn lessons from this from this bit of a farce, and would include that consultation at early stages and during each of the trial periods. And I hope you keep to that. You hope to keep to that statement.
Councillor Steve Chartley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, just in answer to Councillor Nat Green, so the new trial will start on the 25th of October and run through to the end of January. That's in the press release which has gone out today. It was scheduled yesterday, it's been delayed, so I apologise if it's taken members by surprise. That wasn't the intention at all. But as the leader has said, yeah, we were slightly surprised by this motion coming forward. That basically word for word discussion we'd had with the bid previously. Members can be reassured that the proposal that will come forward will be stressing the need for ongoing assessment and consultation. We reserve the right to change it, but as agreed at the group leaders yesterday, we will consult with group leaders on any proposed changes or cessation of the trial. I don't agree that there's chaos in the system. That's not the case at all. It's just it is a very complex picture, and we do not want to isolate businesses or certain groups such as blue badge holders from accessing the town centre. It's all part of our plan to get a vibrant Shrewsbury and a thriving Shrewsbury town centre. And these things can't be taken in isolation because one has a knock-on effect to the other. So, yeah, I don't know, Councillor Green, whether you want to withdraw the motion or what, because we're effectively doing it anyway, but it's up to you. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I can't see who's on the end of the hand there.
Sorry, Councillor
Alex.
Wagner. I don't know whether Councillor Green wants to end up with the motion or not, but I think that it is actually quite important that town centre residents and businesses are able to air some grievance with the process so far publicly, and I'm glad that this has been brought forward. And I'm actually a relatively recent town centre resident myself. I live on town walls, and I know that when I chat to my neighbours or when I see people in the coach and horses or go to local businesses, and there are business owners all over Shrewsbury, some of whom operate in the town centre, some of whom live in my ward. A lot of them don't really know what's going on. There's been a sort of drip feed of trials, of ideas of this low traffic zone for town walls, of what we might do and what we're considering and what needs thought. But actually, until COVID sort of kicked us into action, there hasn't been a lot of exactly that action. And I think that it's really important, and touching on comments that have been made by other councillors, if there is a plan, if this is being really carefully thought through, and there is going to be this kind of public process where businesses, residents, the people directly impacted by changes to this town centre are consulted, then I just think we do sort of need to hurry up and get people on board and consult and make sure that it's seen, because it's all well and good collecting data from trials, but when the rug is sort of pulled overnight, like it was with the last one, it does leave a bit of a bitter taste. Currently, I think the town centre would have had part pedestrianisation if the trial hadn't ended. There are businesses right now that are having slightly reduced footfall and are making slightly less due to changes. For them, it is little consolation to hear that it's being considered. Same for my neighbours on town walls who, have been told for quite a long time, I understand, that change is coming, and well, it hasn't. So I would say I'll support the motion. I think it's important that the town centre gets an airing, because though Shrewsbury is not Shropshire and the town centre is not Shrewsbury, it is a very valuable part of the county ecosystem and an incredibly valuable part of the town's ecosystem. And I just think that we do need this to be a far more public process than it has been.
Thank you. No? Okay, well, I'm going to go back to Councillor Davis as the seconder. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Leader, for the comments regarding the proposals. You can agree Shrewsbury has benefited immensely over the summer months due to the pedestrianisation, and I look forward for it being reinstated and accommodating blue badge holders in the process.
Thank you. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chair. Just to go over a few points that have been raised. The leader says that we've copied the discussions between the Conservative Party and the BID. Well, we weren't party to those, so we're not mind readers. We're simply putting forward what we believe is best for Shrewsbury. Secondly, the motion will stand. The reason being is that the press release simply says May, and these decisions have not been taken until we get to Cabinet. So the motion will stand. We will go to the vote on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, the motion as is has been proposed and seconded. Will all those in favour please show? Those against, please show.
Keep your hands up, councillors. Sorry.
Please, thank you.
One. Sorry. This is against. Sorry, councillors. You just keep your hands up. I couldn't see you putting them down. Start again. Yeah, no one would say. Right. One.
Just an abstain. Tim's concerned. And abstentions? Okay, that motion has been passed. Thank you. So we'll move on to the next motion. We're getting through the motions slowly. Is being brought by Councillor Julian Dean and supported by the Green Group. Carbon tax. Councillor Dean.
Thank you, Chair. So we have two motions on the paper regarding the climate emergency, and I think what's been interesting so far in today's discussion is that we are acutely aware, first of all, that we're not on track, and secondly, that the funding nationally is simply not coming to councils who are in a position to do something about it. So that's in part why this motion is relevant for us to be discussing today. So just firstly, on the not being on track issue, you know, the decarbonisation that is going on in the UK is really only happening in energy generation at the pace that it needs to be happening. We have to transform the rest of the economy, the other things that we're doing. And the carbon tax is a proposal in order to address exactly that. Currently, we have trading, carbon trading systems, offsetting, partial taxation on bits of carbon use, but it's a dog's breakfast and it isn't having the effect that we need. Interestingly, the government recently upped the carbon values, which is the way that it values schemes that are being planned and thinking about their impact in terms of carbon dioxide emissions. And those values have gone up to between 120 and 361 pounds per tonne. If you applied that to the North West Relief Road, we would be looking at a considerable number of millions of pounds that should be embedded in the costs of that road if we were actually paying for the pollution that will be resulting from it. So we need a mechanism that is going to drive the economic change, and the economic case for a carbon tax is very simple. It is that you make the polluter pay, and that will begin to drive investment into clean investment and away from fossil fuels. But there's also a moral case, and the moral case is that currently the polluter doesn't pay, that we pay, that future generations pay. And so by internalising those costs, which is a perfectly acceptable, traditional economic strategy, internalising those costs with a carbon tax is absolutely the way to begin to shift the economy. Of course, there are risks. We've seen with the Gilets Jaunes movement in France that sudden taxation on this basis does have risks. But there is an upside. Raising money through a carbon tax allows there to be money available for the investment in a just transition, allows there to be money available for local councils to pursue their ambitions in driving towards carbon zero, allows them to be money available to support poorer members of our community. British Columbia, as an example, actually uses its money as a dividend, which is paid out to people, and the result is that those on lower incomes, although, to get technical, the proportion of their income spent on fossil fuel activity is higher, they actually still come out ahead because the dividend that they receive overcompensates for the amount they're paying in taxation. There are also issues around international trade. Clearly, a carbon tax needs to have a border adjustment element so that we apply it to carbon-heavy imports. And clearly, in an ideal world, this would be an international scheme, and that's certainly what the government ought to be proposing at COP26. But even without an international scheme, once governments begin to pursue this, it will have a knock-on effect. Other countries, rather than paying the carbon tax that we are charging, will begin to charge their own carbon tax, so at least they get the cash, and it will begin to drive the changes that we need to see. So right now, we are, we've already had Mr. Johnson's fairly patronising speech at the UN quoted once today already, but we are in an emergency. We do have to drive this change. And the reason for bringing this motion here is in the hope that all of us, but in particular perhaps the Conservative members here, begin to push for firmer and more decisive action. We live in a period where the idea of small government and not using these measures to change has really gone out the window. We've seen the saving of banks. We're seeing huge interventions to deal with the sudden peak in gas prices. Quite clearly, decisive government intervention is what is needed. Leaving this to the market is not going to do it, and the carbon tax is the best method that we have. So I move the motion.
Thank you. And that's seconded by Julia. Okay. Councillor Nellings.
Councillor Dean, thank you very much for that, and fully understand where you're coming from with those comments. It is a national matter, international matter comes to that, and as you quite rightly mentioned, the Prime Minister has been raising this and fighting this case strongly at the United Nations over the past few days. We do lobby our local MPs. We also lobby Alex Sharma through our involvement with the UK 100 group, and we are looking obviously at various ways to increase funding and to reduce any carbon. The carbon tax is difficult because, first of all, as we mentioned earlier, there are 18,000 households within Shropshire who are currently suffering the effects of fuel poverty. Taxes will inevitably hit those consumers, and it wouldn't be right for us to enforce that on them. We need to increase our work on developing the infrastructure for retrofitting of houses, etc., to try and fight that. But I couldn't support writing to increase a tax which would end up hitting our residents.
Okay, looking down the room for hands. Okay, Julia, you seconded.
Just to say, this proposal is not something dreamt up by the Green Party. For example, this is supported by the Global Campaign to Demand Climate Justice, a coalition including ActionAid, War on Want, Friends of the Earth International, the World Council of Churches, and many organisations in the Global South. They have stated the arguments against the current systems of carbon trading and offsetting clearly. As they say, rather than cutting their emissions, wealthy polluters want to shift the burden onto the poor through carbon markets and offsetting. Carbon markets have not worked, are unfair, and risk deferring the urgent action needed to avert climate breakdown. They go on to explain, trading carbon credits does not reduce emissions. The EU scheme has not driven a significant reduction in emissions. An analysis of the CDM scheme, the EU's trading scheme, suggests this has contributed to an increase in emissions. The UK is currently running something similar. In fact, those who support the carbon markets approach may actually increase damage to biodiversity, world farming and nature. As they say, the UN offset scheme has been criticised for facilitating land grabs and supporting projects without community consent. And they add, farming should not be about offsetting pollution by the wealthy, but ensuring livelihoods and food security. Carbon stored in the soil is an added benefit, but should not become subject to speculation, corporate market forces and land grabs. The answer is to say to polluters, not trade, not offset, but pay and stop. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Dean?
Thank you. Just to respond to the point about fuel poverty, I mean, absolutely correct. We absolutely do not want to be driving anybody else into fuel poverty. In fact, we have to be relieving fuel poverty. But the whole purpose of a carbon tax, in part, is to enable the funds to be available for that sort of just transition, to do the insulation, to get people onto fossil-free heating. So, you know, that is addressed in the way that a carbon tax ought to be implemented. Thank you.
Okay, well, we have the motion in front of us. It's been debated. All those in favour of supporting the motion, please show. All those against, please show.
I've got 16 plus 9.
Okay, any abstentions? No. Okay, that motion has fallen. We will move on to the final motion, which has been submitted by Councillor Rosemary Dartnell and is supported by the Labour Group, Code Red for Humanity.
Thank you,
Councillor
Chair.
Dartnell.
Thank you. The COP26 conference aims to secure global net zero carbon emissions and keep temperature rise to 1.5 degrees C. Last month, the UN warned the latest Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report is a code red warning for humanity, an existential crisis. We, all of humanity, live here on Earth on borrowed time unless we mend our ways. The IPCC assessment strongly evidenced global mean temperature rise directly attributable to greenhouse gas emissions created by human activity that will deliver progressively more extreme weather to every society in every corner of the world. And we have seen this begin to unfold. The principal problem is greenhouse gas emissions, particularly carbon dioxide, or CO2, from human activity. Rapidly increasing volumes of CO2 stored in our atmosphere and our oceans is causing intense warming and ocean acidification, leading us inexorably to climate catastrophe. So far, global temperature has increased by 1.2 degrees C compared to pre-industrial levels. It's a perilous position from which the Code Red for Humanity derives because we have not acted in a meaningful way. The biodiversity crisis is the climate emergency's twin sister, one a direct consequence of the other. There are 6 known mass extinction events in Earth's history, the 6th being recurrent. Species become extinct if unable to adapt to rapidly changing environmental circumstances. We must adapt in order to survive. The 2015 Paris Accord saw national governments recognise the climate emergency, and that urgent action was needed to limit temperature rise to a maximum of 1.5 degrees C to avoid climate system breakdown. The UK government accepted the clear evidence of the emergency, and Shropshire Council too recognised the climate emergency in 2019. Since then we've made a good start, but is it meaningful? Shropshire Council's non-binding objective to net zero for direct and indirect greenhouse gases emissions by 2030. Extensive support in both financial and policy terms are needed to ensure delivery. The Council is aware of the need to stop adding to the problem while recognising that work on carbon capture and adaptation is critical. Carbon emissions are classified into 3 scopes: direct emissions, heating council buildings, council vehicles, and so on. The second, indirect emissions, buildings and street lighting. And then scope 3 covers indirect emissions, a step further away from the core, such as business travel, staff commuting, etc. But note, schools, sports and leisure facilities, highways maintenance, meaning the actual maintenance, not running the department, and social housing via Star and Sevenside plus many more services are not included, as they are provided by third parties. In 2019-20, with many more important services unaccounted for, the Council's net CO2 emissions were 51,400 tonnes. I'm unsure where this published figure fits with Councillor Nellin's earlier comments about a 70% reduction. Perhaps he'll elucidate later. But what about the greatest scope for improvement? Shropshire Council's vast areas of influence on collective behaviour through policy. Every house we build today is a house waiting for retrofit to carbon neutral standards. Every new housing estate built without active travel pathways is a lost opportunity to change car dependency habits and reduce emissions. Meaningful change will happen only when we take responsibility for the CO2 emissions we facilitate. Inaction means we have 10 years left. CO2 emissions must be cut by 7.6% each year for the next 10 years to avert severe climate disruption. There is no option to reverse this situation, only the chance to slow down temperature increase, to flatten the curve. We simply cannot continue to carry on regardless. We must all act now, as individuals and throughout society. This is a collective challenge that requires everyone's attention.
30 seconds left.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. The need to reduce emissions, adapt and build resilience in the face of the climate emergency is far beyond party politics. We face an existential crisis. Our house is on fire. We must all work together to achieve a revolution. To illustrate the cross-party nature of this call to arms, I quote Philip Dunn MP, who recently said, "If we don't take the necessary action now and put substance behind the bold and ambitious statements of intent, I have no doubt that we will live to regret it in years to come."
Time's up, thank you.
Okay.
If you've got just a couple of seconds, I'll allow you just to round off if you wish.
Thank you very much. And the PM at the UN told the world to grow up this morning in his inimitable style. Shropshire Council is requested to declare...
A couple of minutes, a couple of seconds to round up was really just a couple of seconds to round up, not to
That's fine,
finish
thank
off,
you.
if you understand what I mean.
I will, thank you.
Thank you.
We need nothing short of a revolution to combat the climate emergency, and this motion requests that revolution in Shropshire right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Who is seconding?
Councillor Halliday.
Sorry?
Councillor Halliday.
Right, thank you. I can't see you, and I didn't really hear you then, so it's very difficult with these lights and the screen. Anyway, there we go. Okay. Do you wish to speak now?
I'll reserve my right, thank you.
Okay, good. Sorry, that was a bit confusing with microphones being passed left, right and centre. I'm looking round the room.
Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Nelly, sorry, I've got pillars in front of me, so...
Thank you, and thanks, Councillor Dartnell, for that. I have obviously looked at the points that you were getting to, but unfortunately ran out of time. But I think some of it is just stuff, some of it is going on, but clearly isn't communicated enough, and I'll try and pass some of that on now over the next few minutes. So on the first point of urgently expanding the Climate Change Task Force, There is a plan to recruit two additional posts by the end of this year. Develop climate emergency mitigation training. We have been in correspondence with the trainer, and it's hoped that Cabinet and senior officers will all go through an accredited carbon literacy training before the end of this year, and then hopefully, if that's successful, roll that out further to broader members throughout the council. We do already have green champions across a range of services as well, and this will continue to be passed on as well. On the third and fourth points, a similar answer. So that was strengthen the council's procurement policy so that all suppliers and contractors operate appropriately and rigorously against climate emergency. And point 4, measure and count the performance of our suppliers and contractors when undertaking council operations against Shropshire Council's climate emergency performance. This requirement has already been introduced into standard procurement documentation and will continue where appropriate to be pushed. Good examples of that are, for example, Miles Macadam, who have delivered the carbon neutral road surfacing programme, the first of its kind within a UK authority, and as I said earlier, a saving of 284 tonnes of carbon in that year. So that's an example of how we are moving forward with that. Point 5, produce a monthly report on climate emergency. This, with our current manpower and the amount of work going on, is virtually impossible to do that. We're undertaking to do an annual one, and hopefully once that's kicked in, increase that to hopefully getting it to quarterly in the near future. Proactively reduce the number of short car journeys. Again, this is something which is going to take a bit of time. Objectives through the local transport plan and local cycling and walking infrastructure plans will all feed into that. But in addition, just for interest, members attending the likes of today attracts 0.5 of a tonne of carbon. So our saving from doing virtual inductions of 18 inductions, bear in mind if everybody did turn up, that would have been a saving of 9 tonnes. So there are various things like that working from home that does help. Point 7, provide advice and support to Shropshire companies, charities and organisations seeking to develop and implement climate emergency mitigation. We're already doing this through the Shropshire Growth Hub and by working with the Shropshire Climate Action Partnership to help local companies to assess professional support and advice to help them decarbonise, and we plan to do more of this in the future. And finally, identifying the means such as providing office support to enable Shropshire Climate Action Partnership to act as an exemplar. We do already actively support SCAP through grant funding for energy mapping, loan of equipment to organisations such as Generation Z, direct involvement of SCAP representatives in various Shropshire Council projects, and active coordination of media and comms, event promotions, and are planning to expand on this in the future. Hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Julian Dean.
Thank you very much. I'm supporting the motion, but I welcome Councillor Nellin's list, and I also welcome his response to the question at the beginning of the meeting. But it does actually, I think, raise a really important issue here, which is that, you know, half of that stuff, and perhaps more, most of the people in this room have never heard. And that's a problem, because if we're going to change behaviour, then people need to know what's going on, and people need to know what needs to be going on. And so I'm absolutely loath to suggest yet another scrutiny committee, but I do think we need to find a way to bring together those people with expertise in the community, those people in the room with energy and who really want to sort of help and to push things in the right direction. We need to find a way of making that work better. And whether that's through a scrutiny committee, if the scrutiny chairs want to set up a new one, or whether it's by having a members' working group working alongside the task force, I don't know. But I do think it needs some thought, because, you know, I've sort of certainly seen stuff that's been going on around social value. Last week, the retrofit conference that was held locally was excellent. There was some real thinking going on. There was good listening going on from Shropshire Council. Some of the housing associations are really trying to find a way to get the story going. So I do appreciate that there are areas where members need to be supporting, and there are areas where members need to be pushing and criticising. But at the moment, it's difficult to get a handle on all that, and I think we need to think carefully about how we can make the best of the energy in the room in order to do that.
Okay. Right, well, I will go back to... All right, another one behind the pillars. Dean, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Chair. In order to move this forward, because we all want to see positive outcomes, can I suggest, in order to make it acceptable to us as an administration, that we could table a minor amendment at this stage? And I'm very conscious of what you said earlier about few words in an amendment. But in terms of the recommendations, on recommendation, let's see, on recommendation 5, to remove the word monthly and replace it with quarterly, in line with what the portfolio holder said. Is that clear? And then the second, oh, actually, that's it. That's the amendment. That's the amendment.
A one-word amendment. Thank you.
One-word amendment, just to amend it from monthly to quarterly.
Okay. Well, I can't see any other hands. Councillor Dartnell? You're happy to accept that? All right. Well, I'll bring in Councillor Halliday, who did second. You anything you wish to say in light of the information and the word we've just given?
I'm hoping you can. Oh yes, you can hear me now. Yeah. I'll just say something very briefly. I too would like to thank Councillor Nellins for his précis there, and I think perhaps some of this is actually about communication and to us as members, but also to the public. When you go and look on the website, the last data available seems to be, unless I've missed something, November of last year, and while I appreciate that we've had a lot going on, members of the public are watching this very closely. But I can see, there's a lot being done. We do need to do a lot more. I think Councillor Dean's suggestion of perhaps, more some sort of task and finish. Well, we have a task and finish group actually that hasn't met for quite a long time. But anyway, I think getting a bit more action again would be very welcome.
Thank you. And Councillor Dartnell, do you have anything you wish to say, or?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the contributions. Just a couple of things really to say. I don't wish by any means to say that I don't welcome the moves towards climate mitigation that we have already undertaken. Many of them outlined by Councillor Nellins. But I would point out, for example, the carbon neutral maintenance project. My reading of that, and I know that the council stands to have an award for that being the first carbon neutral project. It's mostly achieved by carbon sequestration in a separate way. So it's achieved by planting trees and things like that. So it's not directly impacting on too much of the way that the roads are maintained, unless I've misunderstood what I've read in the press. So I just want to urge, as much as we can possibly do, a gear change that does acknowledge that we have, as a council, have operational emissions to deal with. We have indirect of various kinds, and really I hope that what we might have is an acceleration. I would very, very much welcome being involved in a working group on this subject, and very grateful for the amendment. Thank you.
Okay. The motion has been minorly adjusted from monthly to quarterly. Bearing that in mind, will all those in favour of supporting the motion please show? Any against? Any abstentions? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Okay. I think now we can move on to item 13, questions from members. Members' questions are allowed in accordance with Procedure Rule 15. 5 questions have been received. Bear in mind this is for supplementary questions. Please don't rehash the original question in a slightly different way. Councillor Mosley, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
I'd like to thank Councillor Motley for her reply, and I'm pleased to learn that there's been some progress on this matter for a more accurate and appropriate representation of the legacy of Clive of India. I'd like to ask if there's any way that the interpretation panel, which is currently some distance from the site within the museum, could be adapted for exterior use and sited adjacent to the statue of Clive until such time as a permanent amendment is effected. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Mosley. I am not absolutely certain how well it would stand up to wind, rain and weather, but I can certainly make inquiries from the museum service about whether that is viable or not.
Thank you. Councillor Aldcroft.
Yes, I'd like to thank Councillor Charnley for a fairly full answer to the question on HS2 preparations within the War parish and the Shropshire Council's response to HS2 in respect of the mitigations involving the demolition, if you like to call it that, of the centre of War in order to get the trucks through.
Can I ask you to come to your supplementary question, please?
Sorry?
This is for a supplementary question.
No, I've no further question. I'd just like to
Very good. Then I shall move
compliment
on.
the response. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Viv Parry.
I'd like to say thank you for the answer, and I will ask the person that gave me this when I see her, but she's very busy at the moment. She works very long hours. I am surprised, and I'd like to say this to the council, that this furniture was left out on the street with doors right next door to me. It's terraced housing. No guidance at all. So
And Ms Mithral, can you move to the supplementary question?
And the supplementary question is, could we please remove stuff a little bit more than 5 days? Thank you.
Thank you, Viv. Portfolio holder, do you wish to say anything about that? Or?
No, really, we can look at it.
All right, thank you. Councillor Harting.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Speaker. Yeah, again, like everybody else, thanks to Councillor Chalmley for the response he gave, which, although it didn't answer my original question, is extremely helpful. I think I would like to take him up on his idea of making the map of where these 50 points are going to be available, please. If that can be made available also to other members, that might be helpful. And also might be helpful perhaps if Councillor Chalmley would consider making that available more widely in terms of the press and media and so on, because it's a positive story which I think would be helpful for this council to put out. My question relates to the more rural areas. Obviously my individual question related to primarily Shrewsbury. I'm aware that other local authorities are engaging with parish and town councils and identifying centres such as community centres and village halls for other locations in more rural areas particularly. But given that this is a very rural county, I would like to ask what the portfolio holder proposes to do in the future in order to roll out EV points in parish halls and in community centres and in the more rural areas, please.
Portfolio holder.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yes, we will be looking at the likes of parish halls, etc., etc. Obviously, we're installing in our own car parks, as mentioned in the response to the original question. As we get further down the food chain, if we could put it like that, into parish halls, there are obviously legal issues and ownership issues which need to be addressed, but we will be doing that in due course as the EV charging points get rolled out wider into the communities. So I think we need a bit of time, but come back to you on that, Nigel, wherever you are. And then we'll move forward at pace, hopefully.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wagner, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, please. So, and I just wanted to thank the portfolio holder for a really quite thorough answer on it, even though it didn't quite touch on the timescale, which is what I'd asked in my original question. I don't at all have object to expansion of Beal and Mearside. That's no bad thing, but the issue is really about choice, and part of what's often fallen back on in the debate and in the answer is first, second and third choice rates for kids going to school in Shropshire and the overall Shrewsbury capacity. I don't think that quite works for the west and the south where there's been enormous development, and where there's talk of 60 surplus places. Well, actually it isn't in the parts of towns that are expanding, and it isn't as if there are particularly good transport links of any sort over to the other side of town. So I'd just like to ask if the portfolio holder would commit to sourcing some more data on this, either by division or postcode, on school preference breakdowns. I understand there have been freedom of information requests into this in the past, and we haven't got, this might not be data which has been historically collected. If that's the case, can it be collected a bit more, or can that be looked into? And if there's any way of accessing data on a more localised breakdown of whether people are getting into their first, second and third choice schools, I very much appreciate it, but I know that's probably a reasonable ask.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's 5 supplementary questions, but I will certainly look at it and take it back to officers. Just to reiterate that Shrewsbury has one single school catchment area for secondary age pupils. There is a full review, as you know, in my response, academic year 2022-23, but yeah, I'll certainly take that away and look at how we look at divisions. And just to reiterate, it's placed on catchment area, not preference, although we do ask parents to put preference 1, 2 and 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's the question section over. We'll move on to item 14, which is the exclusion of the public and press. I move that in accordance with provisions...
Chair, I'd like to propose a point order. I would like to...
What procedural rule or piece of the law are you quoting?
I'm asking for a point of order, and I'd like to propose that item 18 be withdrawn from the excluded items.
I'm told for legal reasons it can't be. We all wanted that, but I understand.
But
sorry.
Well,
all right.
Chair,
we will take a vote on it. And on
thank you, Chair.
All right. Okay. So it has been proposed that we take it in public session. That is the piece on the shopping centres. All those in favour of holding it in public, please show. And all those against? I think the against clearly have it. I wouldn't worry too much. All right. We will be taking it therefore in public sessions. Private session. Getting confused. We've been on the go for some time now. Okay. So I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act of 1972 and paragraph 10.43 of the Council's Access to Information Procedure Rules, the public and press be excluded for the consideration of the remaining business. Is that seconded?
I second all of that.
Thank you. Okay. Please show if you are happy with that.